let's do it. Let's get into it. I'm here. I'm here and my camera is broken. My camera is completely broken, but my spirit prevails. And I'm gonna be playing some piano to start today, and then we'll move into some games. And then at the very end, we're gonna do a cooking stream. I think it's gonna be pretty cool. Thanks for being here. My name is Paige, this is Gender Blended. And this doesn't need to be here. That wasn't supposed to be there, but it doesn't matter either. It's okay. We'll just roll that over there. Whoa! Turns out it was actually blocking a laser beam. So we'll leave it in the shot to block the laser. And the laser's probably gonna move as we move on here. And you'll see this like solar eclipse happening in the background with the chair. That's okay. I hope you're all doing good. I'm gonna just play some music. I think we'll leave that one at that. I think it was pretty good, to be honest. I really enjoyed that. I hope the audio is good. Let me just look at the sound. I mean, it seems like it should be coming through pretty well. If you can't hear it, let me know and I'll try and adjust the settings. Yo, Grumpy! Thank you for being here. My camera is so bad right now. It's kind of always stuttered, but lately it's just been so bad, and today it's horrendous. And of course, this is the first day in months where I have the whole day to stream. But that's life. I hope your day's good. Oh yeah. What a fortuitous day to stream. To be honest, I've just been focusing on living entirely, and I didn't even realize the day. But it is phobic, literally. Don't buy razor products if you want to stream without flickering. I did spend some time trying to troubleshoot it, and I did quite a bit, including going to the BIOS and changing some stuff, and I couldn't find anything. It's supposed to be minor, but we're trying to have as good a day as we can. I hope you're all doing well. I'm just gonna keep playing music for a while until I decide to play games. And then I think I'm gonna play One Step from Eden, for sure. Maybe Grim Dawn or Across the Opolis. We'll see. God, my camera is so bad, and the solar flare has moved. That's not too bad. I think that that's gonna do us. I'll play a couple more of these pieces, and I have some more lined up. My name's Paige, by the way. This is Shelter Blended. This is my show. Thanks for being here. My name is Paige, and this is Gender Blending, and this is my show where I do the things that I feel like doing. Thank you, Crimpy Coffee. That was a piece that I played on this stream a lot. I played that piece a lot in my life. I love all the notes, and how they are together in sound. This is a guitar concerto that you're really supposed to have an orchestra for. But I played it on stream before alone too. It's just so good that I like it by itself. Especially with the sound of just wind in the background right now. I'm very glad it's a pleasant day. I haven't had a day off in so long. Oh, that was so bad. I'm just gonna do that one again. Thank you for joining. This is gender blending. This is a set of music that's about deforestation. So that's what it's about, I guess. Let's do that one over. I'm not very good at that part, but that's okay. This part doesn't even sound good alone. I might just stop playing that part there. That was good. The ending of the song doesn't matter, nor does any of it, because it's me playing a piece for an orchestra alone. I hope you're all good. I'm gonna talk more soon, and like if you have questions or if you just want to chit chat. I've been gone from streaming for so long, and I mean, it's not because I want to. I want to stream constantly. That's why I'm doing it right now. It's my day off, and I'm streaming constantly. Or I want to stream constantly, but like, life doesn't afford me the time, you know? And so here I am in all myself, and so I just figure I'll stream anytime I can, basically forever. Until I can't. And so I'm gonna play some more music, and then I'm gonna play games soon. But I want to play some Bach because I've just been feeling that. Thanks, Scraps. I love when you're here. I love the support. I've been thinking about reaching out and trying to like plan a day when like several of us could get together and play games. But it's just like, you know, with life. I've been working for a hospital, and I basically just take calls. I'm like a receptionist, and it's very nice having like a like standard job because I feel like I haven't had that in a long time. But this is like pretty much as a result of not being able to make it as a programmer. I'm truly not cut out for the competitive world. And I might even like program today on stream. No, probably not, because there's not enough time. But like I would, if I had 20 hours in the day, I would program like 10 hours a day. I have at least 2 things that I want to build right now, if not more. Anyways, I'm Peeps. This is gender funding. This is my thing, and lots of people like to tell me how to do it, but I do it my own way. And I think that's the only way it can be. And so, here it is. Oh, and my camera's fucked up, so I need a new one, and I can't do anything about it, so that's why everything looks shitty if you're here. Oh, I should check the solar eclipse. It has moved again. And we'll bring it over just a little more. Once the chair reaches the computer monitor, that's when it's time to play video games. This is how the ancient Egyptians decided when to transition from playing music to playing video games. Okay. Let's play this song. This song I feel like I like playing. And I feel like, I don't know, I feel like it could be annoying to listen to, but it's like a clock. It's like listening to a clock almost. This is Bach, this is a fugue. I don't know, it's kind of like listening to a calculator or a clock. And so I'll play this one. I don't know, we'll see. Enjoy. I'm going to. When you play music, it's kind of like in your reading sheet music, that is. It's kind of like reading for the class. like in high school, like if they'd ask you to read lines from Shakespeare, it's like that. but somehow. I can't complete the thought while I play, but it's kind of funny. Oh gosh, minor. And that's what I meant. That's what I was trying to say. Is that I'll read like the next line down, just like I'm in high school. And so I read the word "the" when I was supposed to read the word "ubiquitous" or whatever. I don't know if I read that word all through high school. I knew what it was. Oh, also later today, probably while I play games, I found a Terrence McKenna band that I've actually never seen. So I'm kind of excited to play that. I'm also going to talk about the next time I'm going to stream, which is coming up. I'd like to make a schedule one day. My music wasn't much of same place lately because my stand is good. broken. I broke my French press yesterday too. I've been using cheesecloth to make coffee and I have no more of it. This is the right page. And that was some Bach. Now I can say I'm a musician because I played some Bach. I'm gonna play one more song, like an intermission afterwards. This is actually the song that impassioned me to play piano today. This is a very famous song. It's extremely famous actually in the classical guitar world. This is the homage to Debussy that Manuel de Falla wrote. And this is what you get. You get 3 pages of music and 3 glorious pages. And I always like to show people this part of it too, that this costs, I don't know if you can see this super clearly, but those 3 pages and this fancy carrying folder that the music comes in cost $16, so it's gotta be good music. These notes are very valuable. I paid like 5 cents a note for this music here. It's pretty amazing music. I don't know why it's locked behind a table. Let's say lobby. Well, I'll probably put the paper across the money. Okay, let's do it. This is the song itself. This is an homage to Debussy, also one of my favorite composers. Composers. I swear I know what a composer is. Okay. Oh gosh, there's a composer joke in there somewhere. Okay, ready? This is supposed to be a very dark song, but I consider it like kind of funny. This part's actually kind of sick, ready? This part's also cool. Well, I did it so no one else had to. Done. That one's been done in the record books. That song has been played on piano. I don't know how many people play that song on piano. Probably not very many. Oh, I said I was going to take a quick intermission, didn't I? It's already 1 p.m. I need to finish cooking by 6 p.m., right? because that's when I need to finish up. I promised I'd be done by 6, and so that leaves me with 5 hours. It's gonna take me 3 hours to cook. It's probably gonna take me a half hour to move my setup. I probably only have time for like an hour worth of games, but that's okay because that's still fun. I think I'm gonna go on a quick break, and I'll be back in just like 5 minutes. If you're here, I hope you're enjoying it, and if you're not here, then disregard the message, and I hope you have a good next of your 5 minutes. Joey, hello! Oh, it's so good to see you. I'll be back very shortly. I'm just taking a quick break. Poor timing, but I'll be back soon. Hey, I'm already back. Look at that, it wasn't too bad. I was only gone for a few minutes to charge myself back up. I'm gonna play 1 or 2 more songs, and then I'm going to play some video games until I cook. And so I'm not oh, and I left the playlist going. That was a mistake. That was not meant to happen. We're not supposed to hear it. That's okay though. Yo! Thanks for being here. I hope you enjoy. I'm gonna play some Chopin. I'm gonna play one that I can do okay, rather than something I can do well. I'm having such a groovy day, and I hope everyone else is too. It is Pride. I found that out because Grimpy Coffee told me. I actually didn't know. But it's become like a very corporatized thing. I don't really think about it, and also I'm trapped in, of course, just like my life of the 40-hour grind, which is pretty much all I think about. It's pretty unhealthy, probably. And so I can't even like think about what day of the year it is, and until I basically go running every single day. It is a very nice day out for a run. Okay, let's play some Chopin. This should be cool. I think I've played most of these songs, but they never get old, because they already are. What? Let's try it one more time here, because this is supposed to be sharps, not flats. I have the keys backwards. Rainbow Capitals of Catering Month. Yeah, exactly. And I also do love everyone. All year long. Every time, what? Oh, it's so close. Goes. So quiet. I like this ending so much. Chopin is too hard for me. I'm not that good. I wish I was good, but one day I consider the composer to just be like the composer and the people who like taught you, but you know they just stay with you. And they just keep teaching you. I want to play a little bit more. I feel like that's a little bit too heavy though. I want to play something slightly lighter. Something just a little bit lighter. I hope that the sound quality is at least good. My camera is just utterly horrible. One day I will be able to afford a new camera. But hopefully I can rely on good sound quality until then. The whole solar eclipse is completely over with. If you'll hear, no, the solar eclipse isn't done. So this chair is marking when we'll play games. As soon as the chair is off the screen, I'll switch over to some games. So that means we have like one more song. Yeah, I've been taking calls from a hospital, and so like, you know, it's pretty standard. It's like a standard job, which is preferred to most things. But I wish I had more time to stream, just like that many people. Okay, I'm gonna play something by WC. Earlier I played an homage to WC, and I just think that you can't go wrong playing this song. Most people like it, so I'll play it. That was really nice. I feel so calm. Oh my god. Music is so good, right? Like, it's just serene. I hope it's serene where you are if you're watching. I'll play one more serene one. This is called The Girl with the Flaxen Hair. There's another name for it that's called Lorelei. I mean, Paige is what I mean. It's the name of the song. That's an Easter egg. Okay, let's play it. This is the last one. And then I'm gonna play some video games. And we'll hang out. I know that I can't talk much when I'm playing music, but like I'm very interested in talking, and I'll be playing video games soon. It'll be much more conducive to a conversation and dialogue. But fuck, music is just so good, right? And like I have to cook. I have to cook because like it's basically me just choosing to stream while I'm doing my life activity because I have no choice but to cook. I could choose to die, but I need to eat something. And so to sustain my body, I have to cook. I'll do it on stream today for the first time. But we'll do that after I play this beautiful, beautiful song. one probably would have been better if I didn't make so many mistakes. Okay, I'm gonna go on a quick intermission, another short one, and then I'm gonna open up a video game, and we're gonna do a game on stream, which is something I haven't done in a minute. I'm pretty excited, and I hope you'll join me. I'll see you soon. We're here! Welcome, welcome. This is Gender Blending. My name is Paige, and I'm playing some games today, which is something I don't normally do. And I still have to change the stream information here. And I also just was messing with all of my audio, and I wanted to make sure that it was going to the right place. So hopefully I sound pretty good, pretty clear. And hopefully we can see what's going on the screen. I'm going to be playing a game I'm a little bit intimidated to play because it's like the highest skill cap game ever. And it's kind of like Mega Man, and I'm only off the screen for a second because I'm changing the stream settings. So I have to be on games, video type, video games. Or do you just write games? Gaming? I don't know what you write, but that's okay because I'll figure it out. If you're here, then that means that you are probably already familiar with me. And if you aren't familiar with me, then that means that you get to become familiar with me today because I'll be talking more in the stream than I have been lately. I'm here to answer any questions you might have. I'm still trying to think of the category. I feel like I should be able to know. I guess the category is deck builder. Is that allowed? Deck builder? Oh, can I just write One Step from Eden? Fuck yeah. Nice. Now all the One Step from Eden Larry's will come on in. Okay. Let's see where I am in the shot. Does this make sense? I can come closer. I want to kind of be as close as I can, both for my eyes and also for your eyes to see me, the centerpiece. And I'm going to move my drink and my microphone. Now, this is the experience that the people who like me wait for every single time we're doing anything. And I think that this should be good. Let's see, do we have sound coming through my headphones? I don't need this down. It looks like we're not clicked on the game. Here we go. And I was gonna put on my own background music because I do make my own music. This is just some quiet music that I can play in the background that won't get me DMCA'd because it's my own music, because I play classical guitar and piano. And if you do like what you see on the show, then you can also help me out by joining my YouTube page, which is something I'm trying to sort of focus on. I haven't been able to do videos. I can't stream. Video editing takes even longer than streaming does. And so I'm a little bit bound in that regard. But one day we'll figure out the optimal sort of video editing strategy with a standard work week, probably. Okay, here we go. Is my controller working? No. Why not? Why aren't you working? Let's try plugging it in and see if this works. The first issue of the show. I am certainly not skilled enough to play this game with mouse and keyboard. Maybe I wasn't clicked into the game. I thought that I was. Oh, I wasn't. Great, so now we can play. And I'm gonna play with Saffron, who's the literal only character that I can even slightly manage, because this game is insane. It's on OBS. Wait, hold on. It switched the scene. moment. That's what I say all day at work. Oh no, yeah, we're only on webcam. Thank you, you saved us right before we got into the game. Here we go. I'm pretty excited to be playing this. Hold on, I'm changing my other screen too really quickly. That's pretty good. Okay, here we go. So I have no strategies for this game whatsoever. Oh, because I just messed with OBS, I have to go back to the game. I have no strategy for this game at all. I just do my best to do my duty, and I think I can certainly win this fight and get back up to 100 health, but to take damage on the first fight is already super bad. That means that I'm very bad. Okay, and so most of the things that we get, I don't want. Even though I'm bad, I want a cool strat, and I'm gonna go mostly for damaging spells. I might take one or two straightforward shielding spells. And also, I'm probably not gonna talk about how to play the game because, like, who am I to talk about how to play this game? I just, like, try my best to save everyone, and I'm not going to. Wait, yes, I did. No, I didn't save him. Or her, I'm sorry. It's hard for me to tell what characters. I think they're all girls in this game, 100%. But, like, with pixel art, I don't study them. But what about Shinzo, though? Shinzo's, I can't tell. Okay, let's skip these. And so, what upgrade did we get here? I have been interested in doing a build where all enemies start with 1 frost a lot lately, so we're gonna go over that. And, okay. We got 2 enemies this time, and so I can slow time on this character, but you don't really always want to be doing that, because if you slow time all the time, then your spells will not be on cooldown. I can't even use this skill, because I can only attack them if they're in the 3rd row when this spell is on. So we'll see when they move over. This game is mostly about living. They might not. I might just have to throw it out there. They might just hang out on the back row for all I know. But we'll win the fight shortly. Honestly, the early game is not hard once you understand what you're doing. But it's hard to claim to understand everything. Grimpy, I'm glad you're here. It's always nice to have familiar faces in the stream. And I haven't been streaming, but as I've been saying, I've been working, and it's been very interesting working in the setting I do, because I'm working more literally in healthcare than I ever had. I think I'm gonna turn the game sound just slightly, and I'm gonna turn down my music sound slightly too, so I can talk more. I was working in social work, and I was helping people who had really significant issues managing their life with mental health issues. And so I wasn't exactly a social worker, nor would I want to claim to be one, but I did try and help people who had pretty messed up lives. And I am now in a job where I have to run people through insurance, and I can't give people appointments, but sometimes I can, and trying to help the patients that come to me is actually pretty rewarding. And I'm someone where, like, these people are coming in sick and they're like pretty worried and I think I'm a pretty relaxing person to be around, and I think that they appreciate the fact that I take it just like one step at a time. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. It's a very interesting job, and I wish that I could just play this game all day, but I also want to make games like this all day. I whiffed on that one. And I've been thinking about applications I can make. I started working on this card game. There's a lot of poison and frost synergies. Oh, this is you get poisoned. That's how little I know this game. I like actually still need to like understand these things. That would not be good for me. We'll take money. So we got an upgrade because that was a mini boss, and then we got another one because that was a level up. And I think in this particular case we're not really breaking tiles. And I'm good, so I'm not gonna plan on taking damage. And I'll take mana regen of these things. And so we have 130 gold. Most upgrades cost about 90. And I think that we can justify healing in this case. Get back to full health. You gotta grab these. And I use the D-pad on a controller. I don't know if that's optimal or not. And that gives us luck, I believe. I'm not even sure. Nor do I know what luck does. Hey, we got in this fight before, and I'm gonna see if I can reprieve myself. I actually really like that mind spell because a lot of enemies in this game have really crazy movement. And you'll notice that I haven't been using the speed, the time slow, like at all. And that's because it slows down my own reload. It doesn't feel like actually that good. But for some reason, I feel like this character is my safety net because she's actually like the first character you really unlock, probably. And I've unlocked all the other characters, but I haven't really tried any. See, the minefield's ridiculously good against her. She's just flying around. And slowing time against her is like fairly crucial, but you want to do it at a better time than that. She gets really hard. The last phase, she like has 4 around me, and that's really tough. When she surrounds you with them. And I think I've gotten much better at this game. Once you like start to know the boss patterns, it becomes possible, but it's pretty difficult. And you have to not lose focus for pretty much one moment. But it's gotta be like probably a fairly entertaining game to watch. I always want to watch people play this game, but nobody really plays it, honestly. I was talking to the person who is in my life now. And they showed me this game, and they thought it'd be for me because I like the Mega Man game, and they were very right. That's basically what this is pandering to. See, this is where it's best to slow, and I didn't do it early enough. I don't want to like waste it, but then I end up wasting it. See, so this was a good use of my time. I did it. Nice. And I got her with that. Oh gosh, that was bad damage. That was really bad. The minefield's gonna do work here. Slow? Slow? Oh no, no! Here we go. Taking damage. Taking damage. Will I make it to the next level? Who knows? Up, over, up. And we need the heal. So if you choose to let them go, you can heal. And we'll go to the forest biome. I'll chill too. I forget what you get. I think she aids you in battle, which is kind of sweet. And then this is gonna do damage to everyone, but it won't kill the person. And here we go. And we'll kill the plant. We could have healed with the healing thing, but I'm not good, and I didn't think of it. I should have used the lightning. I did not need to take that spell, but fortunately, I can go ahead and just get rid of that from our deck entirely. You get 1 reload, and so there's also a thing, there's also a thing I'm remembering now, where you can change your focus here in this game, and you can get certain spells more than others. And basically the only things that I know is that I wouldn't want the structures I kind of like the Glimmer and Anima, I think, because they do the most damage, and so I think that's what I'm gonna go with. And so that's pretty good. Let's do it. You just always go for the hardest path, and then you do the best you can. Okay, we might be able to do this. And I'm just gonna take the damage. I don't know if that's the strat, but that's what I try and do. I don't know if slowing time is good there. This game is pretty nuts. After this, I think I'm gonna play just like 1 or 2 rounds of this. It shouldn't take too long because I don't expect to make it very far in the game. After I play this game, I'm gonna go into Grim Dawn, and I'm gonna level up there a little bit. So I've been working and I've been doing the same old stuff otherwise, mostly. Just trying to play music, trying to eat healthy, and that's one of the reasons I'm going to be doing a cooking stream, is because I have to cook my own food by my own rules, and the sound effects still sound so loud. And I have been listening to lectures of people I really like and just trying to improve myself overall. And I recently found this lecture by Terrence McKenna that I have yet to listen to, but I want to do it on stream. And I think that while cooking is going to be the time to do it. I don't really like any of these spells. I don't know if any of you have played this game, but basically half of the things are garbage, like most games. But I wish that this game had an expansion so bad. I already feel like I'm starting to know everything, even though I'm not very good. Tutu's okay. And then now, because everyone has Frost, everyone will have Fragile. I'm going for that. And, you know, this game's pretty hard to talk during. But that is the plight, of course. And what I've mostly been trying to focus on is my path forward. I'm trying to figure out, what do I want to do with my life? Do I want to stream all the time? Do I want to program more? Am I gonna just focus on trying to become the best musician I can? And the answer that I've basically come to for myself is that I'm just gonna be myself. I'm just gonna live my life and not think about that question. And I'm gonna try my best every day to do my best in every way. Which is very, I didn't think of that as a cliche as I was saying it. And for me, that involves streaming because I just simply enjoy doing this, and it's fun to document. And there's so many things I hate the regenerating ones. They're so hard to actually end. They regenerate so quickly. It's actually absurd, and I did not get it. And you really want to split those up a little bit. We already have Frost on everyone. Turn all flames and refresh them. That's only good if we get a Flame Frost synergy, and a hired gun is not helpful. I think we could end this turret pretty quickly. But yeah, I've been thinking about making games on stream, and I would show the code base for the game that I've been working on, which I actually do like Shine. It does a pretty ridiculous amount of damage to bosses if you can hit them with it. And so this will be the test of it. I think that this is a boss that I can mildly handle right now. So you kill that, and then you attack, and then you do this, and then you slow time at the appropriate time. She's pretty easy to hit with this. I'm gonna wait for her to do something at all, and then there we go. And then that's pretty massive damage. And I trap myself, but it seems to be okay. I'm gonna dodge. and I'm doing pretty bad, but that's kind of to be expected. This game is more about like how long can your brain handle refreshing, because the game is going 100 frames per second. I've been thinking that like essentially I want my stream to just be like, you know, if people are doing nothing and they're just on their own, yeah, that's what I expected. I'm not gonna have like any goal or a target anymore. I used to like think about having actual objectives with it, and I'm just literally gonna enjoy myself. A lot of people in my life have talked to me about my stream and told me things that they think would be good. And you know what? I'm actually gonna close out of this game. I only really have time for like literally 30 more minutes of gaming, and I'd really like to play Grim Dawn. So I'm gonna just do that. And I don't know if it's like dumb to show my own information here, but it's only for a second and nobody watches the stream anyway, right? So but Terrence McKenna is someone who I listen to on stream all the time, and I've still been listening to him. I've also been listening to different programmers still, like Bob Martin, and I've been listening to other Buddhist lecturers, and I've been thinking that I want to talk more about philosophy as well, and it would help showing a game if it would load. I'm not sure. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna switch to the only me screen because I'm actually gonna load this through some mods, because that's the ideal way to enjoy this game, I've learned from the people in my life. Yeah, I'm gonna need to like move all my stuff and set up. Hey, we were supposed to be on the other mode. We were supposed to be on this, but I think my screen moved everything over. At least I noticed before I showed anything on my computer. Here we go. We're gonna go through the actual mod installs so that it looks like I know what I'm doing with the game. And I'm gonna play a lot more games. It's you. You're no one. No, you're the core. You and each other viewer is the backbone of any stream, and we are all here, and I'm using my controller to open this file. I need to do a Thunderprint stream. An evil snack. I've been thinking about getting my own evil snack recently. There's a line from, so this is my main character that I'm doing with the person that I live with now. And this character is a cool, like, two-handed fighter. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Thunder Prince is pretty goated. We'll do a viewing one night again. I need to actually get out of the game. Oh, well, I was gonna turn off the game music, because I don't know how that stuff works, truly. And I just don't want to worry about it. We have our own stuff going on. And I'm gonna go to the game screen. Here we go. My file directory for the game that I'm playing. There we go. Is it working? It's working! This is Caustic Tulip. She's my main character right now, but I'm also playing this character named Miss Frizz. They look pretty similar. I just started playing this game very recently, and it's been pretty fun. And right now I'm on Join Multiplayer. I was explicitly told that this would be a bad game to play on stream, and I kind of agree. I agree to a certain extent that it's not like a ideal stream game, but it's a game that is very fun to play, and you know, it brings me back. It's very relaxing, and I feel like the things that I enjoy the most in life, like the music and the activities, are all things that just bring things down like one level. They just slow us down. And so this character is absolute garbage. I'm building her up to be a multi-shotgunner because that's like just a pretty easy and ripped strat, and all I have to do is hold down the attack button. But she's so weak still from having spec'd into multiple projectiles, and I know this, that she like can't really do damage, and I'm going the opposite way as what I should. I think I came in through there, but like I just like the strat, and so I found this like fireball spell, which is I just recently turned into an ice lance spell, and it has been serving as my primary damage dealer. But I did find a new gun recently, and we'll see how it treats me. And so if you haven't played this game, it's basically like every other ARPG ever. You play a character in an isometric realm, and you bring bars of numbers down, and you're supposed to be like totally melting things a lot more than this, but that's okay, because this is going to be like a meditative leveling up experience for just a minute to see, you know, what I want to do on stream. I've tried so many different things, and I am going to keep trying different things. I have the cooking stream tonight. I've also tried just like reading books on stream, because I think that there's so much good literature, but then I found that I hated that. I thought that was very cursed. I didn't like watching myself listening to things, and I also thought it was just abysmal. I just thought it was the worst thing I'd done, and so I'm not going to do that one anymore. But I'm still glad that I tried it, and I'm excited for the cooking stream, because cooking, first of all, it's something I'm passionate about, and I'm not going to die here, I'll be fine. But I should probably do this to set a portal, and see, I should just auto attack. I've been trying to use my spell because it literally just does more damage, but my auto attack's not bad. It's the spell doesn't have CC anymore. It used to be a fireball spell, and CC is basically the most important thing in these games. I think I don't actually know much about these games. I'm not good at them clearly, but I'm gonna be fine here because I have many healing potions, and I can use as many as I want. Yeah, so I'm gonna be trying out this cooking stream, and we'll see how it goes. I don't know. I feel like it'll be cool. And you know, I'm actually always like, sometimes when I'm cooking, I'm looking for like something else to do. It's a pretty passive activity, sitting there and cutting garlic. So talking and just having people watching me do it as this like experience will be, I think, pretty chill. I'll be fine here. And so I'll probably need some way to sustain myself too. Right now this character has no life sustain ability, they have no damage, so they're pretty much all around just weak, but it's kind of okay. Like, this is the first time this character has existed. Like, I have no, well, of course it's the first time they existed, but what I mean to say is that like, this is the first run through for this character. They're still very early on. My other character was very weak too when I first started, but it's now ripping through things. I think I'll do more damage with the ice barrage here. Yeah. Look at how little energy it does to do so much more damage. It's absurd. That's okay though. We'll get a cool bow. And I'm sure anyone who's like actually good at games is just like, what is she doing? That's okay though. And every so often on these maps you can come across two different varieties of totem type things. One is a literal totem and the other one is a shrine. Shrines are possible. Totems tend to be impossible, at least for this character who is doing very little damage. But there's a lot of like percent attack on hit, so sometimes I can do like 1,000 damage and that's like okay. This character has like kind of a crazy spread of damage, all from the same auto attack. But yeah, it's so cathartic. This is such a good game. I'm very glad I was introduced, and part of the reason that my life is so busy and I've been streaming less, I'll just say it. I wasn't sure if I was going to talk about this on stream, but I will. And that's that I was not dating someone before, and now I am. And so that's been a big part of my life, and been focusing on that and like my own personal being, but like I definitely want to stream more. And it's not that I didn't want to stream, but anyways, this person plays games and they've been getting me in like back into it, and it's kind of bad for me because I just want to like program and better myself. Yo, hello everyone, and thank you. I'm pretty happy about it, of course. And the person who I'm dating, I'm gonna probably not say anything about them because I just specifically didn't want to, but it also explains, it's a big explainer about like why I've been here. It's not something I'm gonna talk about on the show. I really want to talk about like mostly philosophy or my life or social justice or the games that I'm playing or just silly things. I'm not going to talk about it, but at the same time, it makes sense to just say it because it's context. It's context for why I've been gone. And like people are here and they're wondering, who am I on this screen in front of them? Who is this beautiful young woman who is, oh, and I can also wind run. I forgot to mention that. So I haven't been using that. Well, partially because I'm bad, but also because I'm just kind of having fun and just playing very passively. Oh, and I can change my camera like this. You can do that on a computer too, but like most people don't. I like to move the camera around a lot and give people motion sickness. But yeah, no, it's been good. I haven't been in a relationship in a really long time, and it's different. I mean, I didn't really expect it to happen, and it definitely changes your life. But fortunately, it came at a good time because I had also gone through this housing situation. It was one thing after another because when I had first started streaming, it was last year, and I was living in this sort of queer commune situation, which is like friends of mine, and it was pretty good, but then friends of friends moved in at the end, and there was a lot of drama, which I'm not normally... well, you know, the people who say that they're not normally like that are the ones getting into it. I'm gonna die, aren't I? No, I'm gonna make it. I'm so good at the game. I'm so smart and talented. No, I mean, there wasn't even drama. It was just like they were taking advantage is what was really... Oh, I'm out of pots. That's what's happening. More dots, more dots. Get more pots. Oh shit, am I gonna die? I'm gonna run, I'm gonna run, I'm gonna run. Here we go. I'm gonna run back to town. I didn't realize I was out of pots. I've been blowing through those. Good players don't use them, but I do. I don't think anybody has like even played this game in years. It's the person I'm with told me that this is something that is a relic at this point. Okay, they didn't use that word expressly. I'm using that word in place of what they said. And I have no like target objective right now. It's not like I'm going for DPS or anything. I'm not even reading the story. I'm just playing the game because it's fun. It's not even like really much of a build. I'll probably just spend all my money. I don't have a lot of money right now in the game. More dots, more dots. What a good ref. Good vid. That's a lot of pots. More pots, more dots. Okay, and this was my portal. And so there's like 2 ways you can level up. You have like your actual skill tree, and I went like this double ranger. I was like, I'm gonna go multi-shot on top of multi-shot and just totally fuck up my damage and not do any damage is what I decided, because this character has a multi-shot that reduces your damage by 72%. I'm choosing to use because I'm not making any sense. And I'm also going into this demon hunter class where you can do this multi-shot. I don't even think you can. I don't know if you can do it together, but it says it's not a default attack replacer, so we'll see. I don't know. Either way, this will prove to be good eventually. I think I just need to get further in the game, and I'm just doing a bad strat for the early game. I'm gonna pull these back to a better spot if they'll actually come after me. But yeah, working in a hospital is weird because I am doing something I just think about a lot, and I feel like maybe I do it more than the people I know. I feel like the people in my life, unfortunately, don't do this, but I think a lot about like the, you know, ethical ramifications of the jobs that I have. And so I'm working for this hospital, and you know, so often I can't book people because they don't have insurance, or they don't have appointments in the office, or whatever it is. And some of these clinics, I'm working for multiple clinics in the hospital, they have no appointments. They have just no appointments at all. And so that's really painful. But sometimes I can actually help people who are in distress, and those times it's worth it. It's a weird job, and most of the people who call up are pissed, and I can make their lives slightly easier if I do my job well. So it's nice to have a job that has any semblance of reality to it. Before, I was doing social work, and it just felt like I was literally supporting the oppressive system that is like our mental health industry. And I'll probably never stop speaking out about it, but I'm also tired of speaking out about it. Part of the reason why I wanted a new job was because I used to just spend all my days talking about like how fucked up it is, and spending my days with people who were locked up in asylums and trying to make their lives like slightly less shitty by just being a nice person to them. And now I get that on a much smaller scale. People will call me up and they're having an issue in their life, and I can help them get it sorted because like they need something emailed somewhere or something signed, and I can actually help make it happen, even though the whole system itself is dumb. But yeah, I was trying to program before this, and so it kind of sucks that I'm working like this dead-end job when I'm actually trying to be a programmer, and I've become relegated to the user of a system that I don't even think is good. That was really bad damage. That was so bad. I should really be moving more. I know. People who are good at these games are probably like the people who are good at piano when I play piano. Not present. But that's okay, because I make up for it with my hair. Mostly my hair. Okay, and let's throw some icicles at you. There's no real methodology. You just try not to die and you just add dots. Okay, is there treasure? Probably not, but we can do this totem. It'll probably take me like literally 10 hours, so I should be done cooking by the time they're done. I'll just put potatoes in the oven, I'll open up the totem, and then I'll just auto attack the starred bosses that come out until dinner, and then I'll have burnt potatoes, and that'll be good. Thank you, Grimpy. I think that my hair is just good too. Lately, my hair has been slightly cursed because I'm out of like my favorite conditioner, but it's still going good. And I haven't been using my own vegan hair gel, which I could make it today, but then I'd have to use the cheesecloth that I'm using as a coffee filter right now, and I can't really afford to not have coffee tomorrow morning when I go get a new French press, because I broke the French press, which is just always an unfortunate thing. And it's already been 20 minutes. I really only had a half hour to an hour to play this game. I'm gonna definitely clear more, but I gotta say, even though this character has absolutely no damage, it is like fun and satisfying to play. It's just like, I know. Okay. I don't know. Okay, I was joking about like how little damage I do, but I don't think I can do that. I don't think I can do that. We're gonna go back here and we're just gonna avoid that. That's okay. We'll chalk that one up to an L. that's actually like the hero of the game, and I'm an NPC. We'll just let the hero go on its way, and I'll run around that. That's fine. We can do story bosses for a while. I'll be level 6. Oh, but I could go get my body. You can get your body, and I can probably manage to get my body and not die, so I'll do that. And then that'll get me so close to leveling up. Well, I could just level up on this horde of creatures that's attacking me. It's also weird being vegan and playing these games, but I guess these aren't like foxes that I'm shooting. They're like skeleton raccoons or something with spikes, like porcupines. Okay. Monster Hunter is another game that I've been shown a lot recently, and I was told that I should try and play the game Dauntless, which is like Monster Hunter. And again, just as a vegan, it's weird. I guess those universes, it feels a little less strange. We also watched the the Monster Hunter movie, which is pretty good. There were a lot of people getting like eggs laid in them or something, if I recall correctly. Am I like, isn't that where my body is? Or am I wrong? Is that how little I know this game? Where's my body? Oh, it's over here. It's literally in a different place. Is that worth getting? Probably not. Let's just progress the story. I've also like really wanted to finish my Final Fantasy series. The thing is that I have like 10 more videos that I have to edit before I even like make more content of it, but I do need to finish playing it. So this is a story boss. I should be able to kill it without it taking too long. Oh, that's gonna help. This is just gonna be quick damage. This isn't my real build, but right now I'm just trying to get as much as like basically auto attack damage as I can. And so if I just max this out, this is gonna be pretty good. But that's chance on hit. This is like my base damage, so I'll go for this. That's pretty good. Now I'm doing like 7 damage instead of 6. Okay. And we'll see. Whoops. Wrong button there. I do have Wind Run. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll win this. Look at that. Look at that HP. This is easy. This is an easy win. This is it right here. This is not even difficult. Look at that. Come get me. No big deal. I kind of feel bad for you. I wish you had more fingers. Living with just a claw is so shitty. Even Edward Scissorhands had 5 of those. Like, it'd be so much easier. That person probably breaks their French press like every single day. Literally. Poor bird. I probably put it out of its misery. That's almost more vegan. I've learned my lesson from the other totem. I'm not gonna go for it. I should go for shrines. Hey. I'm here for this. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Side with Duncan. Or side with Ingram. I'll do this. Oops. Okay, I think I just have to fight this person. Okay, I don't know much about the story of this game, even though it kind of seems space a little bit. So like, what I've been told about this game, and I think that this is cool lore, is that, and you know, my camera's like so fucked, I don't know like what way I'm actually, oh shit. The lore of this game is that the planet is like getting attacked, and like humans suck. It's like Warhammer 40k, where like, oh, this was a totem? What? Oh, that's amazing. I just got a blue item. That's an epic. And these boots, I don't know if this is what I got, but it looks like I can equip them. I don't know if they're better. They give me more damage and more armor. It gives me less damage. How does that bring my damage down? That's okay. Oh, oh, that's not an axe I can equip. And I'm not using axes. Maybe this epic totem is actually what dropped. I didn't even notice because it auto picks up, but let's see. There could be stuff in here that's not completely garbage for me. I don't know, the plate bassinet. This could be good. No, mine's better. And it gives me Berserk, which I haven't been using. That increases my attack speed, which is very good for actually doing damage. So we're gonna just go around and we're gonna melt some more porcupines, and then we're gonna melt some onions. And I'm pretty excited to cook. It's actually gonna be like kind of fun to be like doing cooking in a way that is new, where I'm doing it for people on camera and for entertainment. So that'll be cool. But I do need to set up for it. So I've been taking like short intermissions. I'm gonna die from poison, huh? I've been taking brief intermissions today, like 5-minute, 10-minute intermissions. This is gonna be an appreciable intermission. I'm gonna keep the stream going in between the segment, but I need to move everything over into the kitchen. And I was supposed to be streaming at like 10 a.m. I started at like noon because I was really trying to make it as modular a setup as possible. My multi-shot's actually mildly paying off. I'm starting to have actual clearing potential for at least base mobs. Like, this isn't hard. Like, that's pretty good. It's not bad. And then I can wind run back if I really want to do like several hits. I can do that and get a couple off here. And I haven't been using Berserk still, which is really how you get more damage. I don't think I used it again. I pressed the wrong button. Anyways, if you're new here, my name's Paige. I don't always play games, but that's what I'm doing right now. Sometimes I play music. Other times I cook, like today. Like I'll be doing soon. And while I'm gonna be cooking, I'm just gonna be wishing that I was playing music, truthfully. Tree stumps are items. Oh, I did level up. I don't think, oh no, I did. Wait, did I take the most recent level up? I think I did. Probably. I just want to be leveling up, obviously, all the time. I could probably be clearing these so much faster, but I'm honestly having a lot of fun. So that's what we're looking for primarily. Yeah, I have no points available. Did I get a devotion point? No, I got items for that. Devotion points are like the other way that you level up, but I won't open that tree unless we actually get a point. So yeah, this is a Diablo, like, for those of you who haven't played it. It's kind of sweet. I'd play it with someone. Like, literally, if you're here and you want to play games sometime, I'm playing on Monday. I'd play with someone. For at least like an hour or so. It could be fun, right? Yeah, I didn't even explain this because I've just been busy thinking about other things. But I got today off, and this is my first actual day off from work in probably like a year and a half, and I wanted to stream all day, and I actually did it so that I have Monday off as well, which is a dream come true. And I guess streaming is kind of work, but I just enjoy doing it. So I'm gonna be streaming all day on Monday, and I'd like to stream on Saturday, tomorrow. I'd like to stream tomorrow. I'd like to stream Sunday too if possible, but it will be fun. Grimpy, if you had Grim Dawn, I would play it with you, or if you have other good co-op games. I've been playing Darksburg, which is a really fun game. Hellcard is a game for 3 people. I was gonna play some Across the Obelisk today, which is a deck builder. It's kind of fun. I don't know what time it is right now. Yeah, it's about 2:30. We'll see how we do in this fight. It looks like I'm doing a little less damage to this boss than the last one that we sort of came across. But the ads are not a big deal. Not right now. Good tree coverage. This is the old bait and switch. And I'm going in and dying. Killing snakes. Another game that I've been playing recently is called Risk of Rain. Risk of Rain 2, specifically. That's probably a fairly well-known game. Okay, I think I could just stand here now. I think I won. Yeah, I win. That's what we call a win. That's a W. That's one-handed gaming right there. Okay. Hey, what's this green one? We can look at. Oh, I don't want a scepter. Does stream have a quick way to share your games list? I don't know if it does. I really don't know. I have access to many games now because the aforementioned person in my life lets me share their stream library. But I don't actually own them. I just like get to play them when they're not playing them, which I did not realize was a thing. Very, very amazing feature of Steam. But yeah, my name's Paige, and so I don't know if there's anybody here who hasn't been here before, but I'm trans. The people in my life don't know that I'm trans, truthfully, and so that's something. But, well, the person in my life knows. The person I referenced earlier, they know, but like the people I work with don't know, and lots of friends don't know, and lots of just people in the world have no idea that I'm trans. And so that's like one intersection of my life, and I wanted to make this stream because I just think that there aren't enough trans people just existing, and I'm you know, not really special, but I think I do have an interesting life experience to share. And I went to school for music and philosophy, which are two things that people think you shouldn't go to school for, which is probably true. I could probably make a truth table about why it's a tautology that you shouldn't get a philosophy degree, but also I enjoyed it. I love it. I love thinking about thinking. I love thinking about what is happening. And one of my favorite things is thinking about the intersection of philosophy and science. The philosophy of science. Very interesting stuff. Some of my favorite. And this person is literally bloodletting me. Here, let's use Berserk. I don't think it actually is increasing my damage. I think it... Oh, that wasn't Berserk. This is Berserk. Okay, it's definitely an attack speed increase. Yeah, I should definitely be using that more than I am. Should definitely be using this more than I am. You know, another game that's super base that I've been playing is called Crab Champions. It's so good. Yeah, let's use... Oh, I can't use Berserk more right now. I want to. I want a Berserk. Oh, no. I die in this game a lot, but that's okay. Oh, this game's so good, though. There's so many numbers that go down on the screen while your numbers go up, and that's one of my favorite things about it. Okay, I don't have enough dynamite. One day I might. One day I might find enough. Just come across some dynamite in the field. Fuck yeah, this will help me get to that bridge, or whatever. Stumps have dynamite. Oh, not that stump though. I don't know, this character's not that bad. They're probably bad. Like, I bet if you watch someone who's good at this game, you would think my character's bad. But I don't think this is that bad. I should be using the Berserk more, like I said. Let me go in this house. I see a box there. Garbage. Absolute garbage. Moving, moving. Looking for whatever's over here. Burwich Village. I think I need to go in the cellar here. You want to disperse of these, or you want to dispense of these aether crystals as fast as you can. That's definitely something you learn. And there's gotta be like a summoner or something around here, because they were coming back so fast. Look at how many are summoned. I think there's a summoner around. I probably have to look in the house or something. Well, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. It's free experience though, frankly. Look at how fast my bar's going up, slightly. This is so good. Okay. We're going up. This character is turning out like I wanted them to, truthfully. I know that like right now I'm not doing lots of damage, but soon you'll see. Soon there's gonna be lightning coming out of every one of these bullets. Lightning and then more arrows and more lightning. Standard lightning archer strat, except I am using two-handed guns. I just felt like I'd be like a shotgun user in this one. It's a fun build. I think I might have a better like way of doing damage if I use something like what do you call it? If you're just a magic user, I think they do the most damage probably. But I think that this could probably be pretty good. I am playing on veteran, which is at least not the easiest difficulty. Oh wait, yes, well, no, it literally is inherently not the easiest. Okay, so this one I have to defend, and these things kind of suck. These things are a little bit strong, but here's what I'm gonna do, ready? That, and then boom. Look, now I'm gonna do some damage. This is good. Here's a piercing. Yep, called it. Okay, there we go. Melted. Massive damage. Easy. Yeah, I don't know if you can share your Steam's game list easily. But I bet there's some things that we have. I mean, I feel like the person who lets me use their library has like most of the games that I've ever seen. I've also been trying to run, not like a marathon anymore. Hey, I leveled up. Good timing because we got some bosses here. I don't know if I can do this or not. What I'm gonna do is run around the house. Oh, I fucked that up. I shouldn't have run around the house. Okay, we're gonna take this step by step. Not the show. Okay, we'll take 2 shots at a time. I got greedy. Oh no, another boss, really? I am going the way that I shouldn't. Okay, running. No way! Crimson Bane! Okay, Crimson Bane's running away. Okay, we're gonna run this way this time. Actually, that path didn't seem that bad. I already did it once, so I'm not gonna trigger more shit, right? Oh no, burning undead. I'll do this. This isn't too bad. You just take your time. You just take your time. You just take your time. Whoa, no way. Okay. Oh, no. Door stuck. I just learned that rep recently. Door stuck. Summoning a rift. Okay. Here we go. Moving. Easy. Oh, wind run. Damage. Almost there. This is pretty good. I don't know. I think that this is good. Personally, I'd watch me do this. Okay, I'm gonna make some space if I can here. Making space, and going in for the kills. Making space. And then you go for it. You just take it slow. You don't let Crimson Bane get you. He was late to the fight. Okay, here we go. No way. No. Stop. No. Don't block my way, Mesmer. Mesmer. Stop. Okay. Eventually, it's gonna happen. Ah, I didn't mean to pick that up. I wanted to attack, please. Here we go. Nice. Nice. One day, this is gonna be done. Almost. Oh, fuck, Mesmer's. Mesmer's. Evasive. No, that was a dumb maneuver, not evasive. This is the maneuver. Okay. Nice. Use the bridge. Get Crimson Bane. Crimson Bane's getting me. Fucking summoning more Mesmers. Stop. Okay, we'll get both up soon. You know, I know it might not seem like it, but this is... Oh, I keep picking up garbage instead of attacking. It might not seem like it's under control, but it is. There it is. Here it is. Nope, that wasn't it. This is the scary part, is going over this bridge. Fuck. I bet there's like another way to do this that doesn't require you to go over the bridge. I still have 44 potions though, so Crimson Bane is gonna die soon. I didn't do that bad. I think I'm doing okay. Oh, until that. Turning on Berserk. Damage, damage, damage. Taking as much damage, or doing as much damage as I can. Killing this. Oh, Aldenar wants some. I'll tangle with Aldenar. I'm not too worried about it. Crimson Bane is gonna die soon. Got some pale Leggards on the ground. I didn't think Crimson Bane was gonna be the first one to go down, honestly. Well, I mean the first one after the first one. The second one. I did not think that Crimson Bane would be the second one, but it does appear that he will be. And it doesn't seem like they're summoning anymore, so I think I have this now. Damage? Damage phase? This is the damage phase. Here it is, this is the damage phase. Big damage. Huge damage! To me. Huge damage to me. Going back. Using my infinite number of lives in order to get vengeance and not give up on this fight. I'm not too worried about this. Look at that. Okay. Using my infinite lives. Here we go. Boom! I'm so good at the game. The Band of Black... I almost did it though, and almost is pretty good in these games. I did not mean to pick that up. I'm pretty much just gonna tank this. This is pretty easy. It's easy now. Is "it's easy now" one of the memes that I have on my soundboard? Can I do that? Well, it's hard for me to type while I'm playing this game, I guess. Nice, I did it though. It only took one death. And I got the Band of Black Ice, which is pretty much the only thing there. And then I got the other leggings. Let's see. Okay, after I look at this loot, we'll go on like probably about a half-hour intermission. And then we will, Pale Leggards. After the intermission, we'll start cooking. Because I have to, not because I want to. I'll keep saying that. Okay, I do have 3 points available here. And this also increases my base damage, which is pretty sweet. I think that's all I'm really worried about right now. I do want to just keep playing though, for like at least a minute. At least a minute, I want to keep playing, Mom. Please. Okay, a little more. A little more. It's so good. Okay. I love breaking the boxes. I want to play Resident Evil on stream too, probably one day. One day, not like soon. And you know, like it's probably gonna be Resident Evil 1 or Resident Evil 4. Those are probably the two that I play if I play them. I really don't want to cook, to be honest, but I'm going to. Like, I don't want, I want to stream cooking, but I don't want to cook. This is gonna be like the most hateful cooking show that you've seen. Most people who are like cooking on the internet are probably like excited about it, but I'm mostly just like, yeah, I have to do this. And so if you want to watch me, I guess, you can see what I do to make the vegan foods that I eat. And so what am I gonna make today? Well, I'm gonna be making a pasta dish. And when I say pasta, I mean like Asian noodle situation. Something like a hoisin sauce, soy sauce mix. And I keep picking up absolute garbage, not because I want the garbage, but just because the garbage is forcing itself into my hand. I might even be able to spec into the like lightning shots that I was sort of talking about. I might have enough level up points at this point, but I'm just having fun. I'll go back and I'll respec later, and then we can take off on Monday from where we are. My playlist is supposed to be going. I don't hear it, but it's kind of okay. Because I'm talking a lot anyways, so that's the goal. But yeah, sometimes I'm taking calls for people and I'm like, seriously, if I were in your shoes, I'd be freaking pissed. Like, I really would be. And so the job is best when like I can at least help people who are calling up because they have something wrong, especially if I can make it better immediately. But there's a lot of pressure on it. Hopefully I can get a better job where I'm working now, though. That's like actually one of my goals, is because I do like working in the setting. I like working in a place where everybody's trying to at least help people. So that's nice. I'd like to program for a hospital. It'd be cool. That's what I actually got hired to do, and then I lost my job because I wasn't good enough. I just couldn't do it the way they want me to. I just can't work like other people, you know? I just can't work this. I feel like I work in bounds. I've already told the story online, but long story short, I was working for a company as a programmer. I finally had done it. I was making more money than I thought was possible, and it was a real job, and they gave me tasks, and the first task that they gave me, it took me way too long for them. It should, and like frankly, like I probably should have been able to do it. I like probably should have, but you know, I was just learning their code base, and like there's a lot to that. I also had a very unfortunate personal circumstance that required me to be out the first day of work, which was the worst first impression. And then the second day, my internet was fucked, so I was in like a tizzy when I got to work finally. Anyways, oh, that's cool. That's some experience for us. Anyways, the second week, I turned in my second, or well, actually, I'd done 2 projects that week, so I turned in my third thing. And earlier that day, I had told my boss at this job, like, I don't know if I'm approaching this the right way. And I could tell that he was pissed to hear that I wasn't certain of what I was doing. And I can kind of understand, but it was also a junior role at this company. So like, I don't know why they expected, and they had tested me like thoroughly, so they knew how good I was. Anyways, so that whole thing happened, and this is what bothered me the most. And I think I have a right to be offended, is that the second week I turned in this project, and because I had said earlier in the day that I didn't know what I was doing, they were like, you said you didn't know what you were doing, and now this is working. Like, how do we know that you didn't just ask someone to do this? And it's like, okay, you don't really know me, and I've clearly shown that I can't like do programming as fast as you guys. But like my programs worked, and that's how I work. I plateau where like, okay, I have this thing and like it's not working, but then once I get past the barrier, it's like, oh, okay, it's smooth. I know what I'm doing from here. And then it took me like 2 hours to finish it because it was really just this one thing I was confused about. And if they had just helped me, I could have solved it. And instead they accused me of cheating because I solved this problem and did what they wanted fast enough. That looks cool for a future character. Anyways, they accused me of cheating. They actually went and accused me of cheating. And that's what bothered me. I would never cheat in my life. I would maybe not work hard because I think that work is absurd and depressive, but I would never cheat at anything. Okay. We're gonna go back, turn in the quest, and we gotta start cooking. Because if I'm not done cooking at 6 p.m., then I'll be in trouble. Okay. So... how do we do that? Sorry about my camera, by the way. It's just so flickery and horrible, but I can't really do anything about it because I've looked it up and it's just like an issue. I've tried troubleshooting it in the BIOS. I've tried troubleshooting it in my device manager. There's nothing. There is nothing I can do, unfortunately. Say lobby. Well, this was fun. I thoroughly enjoyed myself. I hope you all enjoyed watching me play Grim Dawn. This was my first iteration of this, but I'll probably do it again. It was fun. I didn't actually get anything for turning that in, apparently. Hopefully I get something here. Cool. Okay, let's hear another. Later, old timer. Peace. I don't know if I have anything else to turn in or not. Hi. So good to see you. Who did they think would go on a limb for a new coworker like that, though? Oh, when they said that they thought someone else did it, they just thought like a friend of mine, like just someone I know. Just like that I know a programmer and I asked them to do it. So that's why they were accusing me. Anita, it's so good to see you. Thank you everyone for being here. Grumpy, Anita, Joey, if you're still here. And I actually am going to end this sesh of Grim Dawn because I'm going to do my first cooking stream. This is my first ever cooking stream and I'm pretty excited to do it. I have to move everything over and it's gonna go to my kitchen. Thank you. Yes, shout out Miss Anita and shout out also Grimpy Coffee, please. And go follow them because they're all wonderful. And also today's Pride, so shout out to that, I suppose. I am not a good person in that I didn't remember that because I don't care about holidays much in my life personally. Anyways, I'm gonna be back with Terrence McKenna and cooking, and also me talking about whatever I want while I cook too. And so I hope you'll join me. You can ask me questions. I'll talk about my time. No, you can. I'll shout you out, Grumpy. No, there's nothing gauche here. I call myself pretty all the time, and you should shout yourself out. It's like patting yourself on the back. I have to actually click out of it. Here, hold on. Oh, you might see my file explorer. Why does that never work? Just kidding. Cool. Go actually. Oh no, don't look at the files. It's okay. There's nothing I'm trying to hide. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and close out of this game. I'm gonna put this show on intermission. I'll be back. Half an hour probably is like realistic. I'm gonna do it as fast as I can. If I can be done in 15 minutes, that's fucking amazing. I don't know if it'll happen. I have a lot of fucking miracles that have to happen to move all of my shit from this living room to my kitchen. I'll show you what I have to do even, is that I have to move all, so this is where I am. Now I'll show you, I need to move. This is such a ridiculous setup that I have. Get ready for it. Okay, here it is. I'm gonna move my camera over. Is there anything embarrassing? There's actually one thing that's slightly embarrassing, so we'll be careful about how we tilt the camera. It's not too bad though. Okay, so here it is. This is my setup right now that I have to reach into the kitchen. So there's my computer, like all my stuff is on stilts leading over to this, and then there's the kitchen. So we gotta move everything into there. It's gonna be a big marathon situation, and so that's what I'm gonna be doing. And I think I've set it up that I don't have to stop streaming. I'm gonna move my whole desktop into there, and so this camera angle is obviously not ideal, but that's okay because I'm about to go on intermission. Thank you all for being here. It means the world to me. I hope you're enjoying the show. This is Gender Blending. This is my thing where I exist, and I'll talk to all of you soon. Bye! Hi, we finally did it. And the microphone is going that whole time, but that's okay because it's very serene here. And I'm glad to be back. Thank you, Grumpy, for hanging out while I was gone there. And thank you, everyone, for being here. This is my first cooking stream ever, and I couldn't be more excited. I'd like to do something about this glare right there on my glasses, because that's going to be a constant issue if I don't remedy it. Luckily, I do have a very cute towel right here, and I think that we could probably jerry-rig something. I think that we could probably figure this out. I think that maybe, like, one of my best strats would be to... that's not quite long enough. How can I block the sun there? The first part of everything I do is to block out the sun. One moment and I'll be right back. Okay, we got this. And yes, we are going to be cooking dove potatoes, which is going to be pretty good. I think. I think that this should do a pretty good job of blocking out the sun. Probably. If it stays up, it might not. Doesn't look like it is. Hey! That's probably gonna fall. But it doesn't for now. So welcome to Gender Blending. This is the show that I'm on. And I'm gonna be cooking today. I'm trying to see if chat's best over there. It's probably best over here. This is the first time I've ever set up in a kitchen to stream. So, it's definitely been a learning experience, but it's been a very positive one. And today, I'm going to be cooking something that I cook fairly regularly. It's going to be a pasta dish, and I'm going to be on and off the screen a lot because I haven't, unlike a lot of cooking shows, I haven't assembled the ingredients. This is just my life. You're literally just watching my life, so there's no ingredients assembled. I have to get everything. I still have to do everything. I just got my computer set up, so. These are the noodles I'm using. I don't know if you've used these kind, but I think that they are very, very tasty, and so I recommend them. I like the texture of them a lot, and they're extremely filling. So those are the noodles, and it's going to be a noodle dish that's basically soy sauce, and the camera is probably going to shake a lot while I cut into such. So here's my cooking knife, and this is the cooking knife that we have in the house, the one cooking knife, and I think that typically when I cook things that are pasta based, I always start, there's still so much glare. I'm going to just take these off. When I make things that are pasta based, I personally like to start by making the sauce. That's just that's me and my life and decision making. I start by making the sauce, and I hope you can hear me well. It seems like my microphone is probably picking up the sound pretty well, but I didn't really test it in this new position, truthfully. Moving it a little bit closer so I don't have to yell. Anyways, I'm also looking for my drink. Got moved over here, and it has no ice, so I think I'm gonna add some. This is gonna be my first cooking segment, and it's gonna be very impromptu, and I'm here to answer questions if you have any questions about my life or about the world at large. And I'm also going to be putting on a Terrence McKenna video very soon while I cook. I might start doing this weekly because I have to cook every week anyway. Why not stream? But we have to see how well this setup works. It's pretty insane what I'm looking at. Right behind me looks pretty nice, but the setup itself is pretty fucking crazy. I don't know if anyone would be interested, but I could show you at some point. But right now I'm putting ice in my coffee here. Okay, so as I was saying, I like to make the sauce first. However, there is one crucial step before we make the sauce. And that's not just move my mouse out of the way, but it's actually that we need to start roasting garlic. Because we want roasted garlic, and it takes 17 days for it to roast. So if we want garlic, you need to start it weeks in advance. And I have to find where the garlic is. I think it's over here. Yeah. You see, now, most recipes call for between 1 to 6 cloves of garlic, but actually, the correct amount of garlic to use is 3 whole bulbs of garlic, because 90% of the garlic is fucking like moldy and disgusting because of the homogeneous environment it was grown in, and also because garlic is super good and there's no such thing as too much roasted garlic. So we're gonna do 3 whole bulbs of garlic. This is so cool that I get to do this. This feels amazing. Thank you so much for being here. And yeah, if you have any questions for me, this is what I'm here for. This is one of the things I was actually most excited for with streaming, was like IRL streams where I'm like cooking, and I want to run on stream too. I want to do some long distance runs. I'd like to run later today, but myself and my previously mentioned other are going to be out later today. And yeah, I'm going to start watching a Terrence McKenna video soon, but the video is only like a half hour long. I'll be cooking for nearly 2.5 to 3 hours here, certainly. So we'll put it on soon. Another thing that I'll do sometimes while I cook is listen to My Brother and Me. I don't know if you know that podcast, but I do think it's pretty funny. I thought I could even listen to it on stream, which is silly. It's a silly thing to do. Oh yeah, I have the garbage can right behind me. This black right here is the garbage can. Okay, and so we got our garlics. What I do, leave the bottom, cut off the top, just like that. You just level them out, and then you pop them right in the oven, just like that, and then your garlic in 15 years will be roasted if you put the oven at 350 degrees. And so, without further ado, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put mine in a small amount of tin foil. I try to use as little tin foil as I possibly can, but this helps to make sure it doesn't get burnt. So I just literally put them in, wrap it around. I keep going the other way, just like this, a very just small package, and I put it in the oven. Now, I would say that my cooking skill is 8 out of 10. I think that I'm top tier, but I don't think I'm like the best. I just think I'm pretty good. Pretty good at combining ingredients in a way that makes it not disgusting to eat. And I do have chat right in front of me, so I'll be here answering questions about the trans experience or where I've been for months, or just like what my thoughts are about different things, such as like the hellscape that Florida is becoming. It already wasn't a place I wanted to go, and now it's a place that I can't even fucking believe exists. Like whatever else we might want to talk about here. I'm gonna use some white onion as the main onion in this dish because white onions are good for cooking. I like red onions when they're raw, personally, but when I'm cooking I like white or yellow onions. And yeah, I have to cook anyways, that's what I've been saying, so I figure I'll go ahead and I'll stream while I do it because this is something that sustains my life. And I can show people how I make vegan meals. I cut the onions in half and take the skin off. It'd be nice if I had 2 camera angles. Right, hey, my camera actually isn't flickering right now. What the fuck? Why was it flickering before? Earlier, I was getting made fun of by the person I'm dating for the camera quality, and now, it's working very well. Okay. And I have a garbage can right behind me. Normally it's in a different spot, but I had to move it because of the whole streaming thing. And so for this dish, I haven't decided how I'm going to cut the onions. Obviously, doesn't really matter. Camera went from any percent to no glitch. Very true. I mean, it actually looks stunning right now. It's very nice. And I think our kitchen is perfect, honestly, the kitchen that we have here. It's this, like, it's not bigger than this. There's a fridge right here. You can see the edge of it. And so it's a modest space, but there's more than enough room. I mean, there's a counter in front of me, so it goes around. And we have everything we need, you know? It's so funny. Like, the place came with this kitchen knife, which is fine. It's not like a nice kitchen knife, but it works. And I used to be homeless. That's something I've talked about a lot in this show. So I have been at a place where I had literally nothing. And so to have all this stuff, I'm very thankful to have a life. And it's so funny. Like, this place came with things that, like, I don't even know why it's here. Like, we got, like, we don't own it. We just rent. But, like, we rented, and like this baking pan is here, and like I feel like every house I've ever lived in my whole life, there's been a baking tray that's like literally brown, and like you just use tin foil. You don't worry about the fact that it like turned brown, but like it's just existing. But we do have our own too, for when there's guests. We use the nice one, of course. But yeah, this place came with like a bunch of like kitchen standards, like this coffee mug. I personally wouldn't buy this coffee mug, but I accept the fact that it's here. So this came right in the kitchen, probably made of lead. Probably has lead and is giving me lead poisoning. I don't actually know that for a fact. Probably everything does. Yeah, and so this will be the next couple of hours. It's just hanging out and enjoying the sound of my own rambling thoughts. And we'll listen to some Terrence McKenna soon. I'll talk about like the cooking that I'm doing, and I'll share cooking tips that I have. I don't. Oh, thank you. I like the mug too. It's cute. It's not gonna move with us when we move it up here. You know, I said I was gonna make the sauce first, and then I started cutting onions. Not a big deal. The order doesn't super matter. But yeah, I'm cutting the onions right now. I'll make the sauce after. Yeah, it's an okay mug. I usually use these mugs, personally. And they're the same. These are probably leaded. These are cute, though. I mean, most often I'm actually using my own thermos. This is my thermos. It's got the Pride sticker on it, of course. Yeah, so I hope you're all having good days. The world is so fucked, and I think about it so much, because that's like really all there is to think about, you know? I try to think about what I can do for the world, and honestly, I think that streaming is one of the things that I can do that's best, because I don't think that I'm ever in a position where I'll ever be able to pursue higher education. I just really think that's true. I would love to go to grad school. I don't think it's ever going to happen for me. And like just being frank with myself, who's my favorite philosopher? What a good question. I have so many favorite philosophers, and I believe I've been asked that on the show before. And one of my favorite philosophers is Socrates. I've definitely talked about that before. I'm a huge Socrates fan. And part of the reason that I like Socrates is because I think it's funny. Part of the reason that I like it is because I think it's bold. It's very incisive. And I don't strive to be like Socrates in any way, obviously. But I think that there's a lot to be learned from those texts. So Socrates is probably up there. Nietzsche is very high up there. I really like Asian philosophy. When I went to school, I was studying mostly the philosophy of science, but I also studied Asian philosophy and epistemology as well. And so I love the Buddha, and I mean, I worship Krishna. And that's something that kind of falls to the wayside, even though I literally made the show in part to talk about my faith, because I'm a person of deep faith, and I do believe in Krishna personally. I try not to push my beliefs on anybody ever. And I mean, you know, if you are at all familiar with the show, I don't talk about my faith very often, and I'm actually very self-conscious about even being religious because I was so atheistic for so long that like I'm actually embarrassed because there's a part of me that's just like, this is so stupid. There's no reason for me to believe this. And I'm very sensitive to the feeling of people pushing religion on me. One time when I was in the military, because I joined the army because I was homeless and I had no real other out, I was reading Nietzsche on this field exercise. I brought a Nietzsche textbook with me, and an army chaplain came up to me and said, "You know that philosopher is an atheist, right?" And I was like, "Yeah, I know." And I have just, my whole life, my experience with religion was people trying to make you believe religion because they thought it was right and not because they understood it and like thought it had like true merit. Really, they just like believed it in blind faith and pushed it on other people. And I mean, I've talked about it on the show and I'll keep talking about it forever. I'm a technostic. I'm a transhumanist situation. I believe in the future. I believe in technology. I believe that technology is of divine origin. And yeah, most classic philosophers would really not like me, probably. That's the oven preheating. Most classic philosophers, like Socrates, probably wouldn't like me. I'm too, like, lackadaisical, and I like smoking weed far too much. And I'm a big fan of psychedelics, and obviously Terence McKenna is one of my favorite philosophers of all time. There's a special place in my heart for so many different philosophers. And I like modern philosophy too. There are modern philosophers who I appreciate. Noam Chomsky, obviously, and like many of the philosophy of science folks are all relatively modern. Thomas Kuhn is obviously a huge inspiration to me. Thomas Kuhn wrote The Structure of Scientific Revolution and basically laid the foundation for scientific anti-realism. And so that's sort of what I was interested in when I was an undergraduate in college. But right now I'm mostly interested in cutting these onions into strips. I did strips today. I did like little onion half moons. I don't know how you all feel about like your onion methods, but I did like a whole bunch of half moons today. And so it's going to be like a noodle stir fry. And so I don't know how you feel about that context for a half moon onion, but that's what I did, and I'm standing by it. And I'm not going to change. Not for anyone. Okay. I couldn't anyway. These onions couldn't even be changed, even if you wanted them to, Mom. Because they're already cut. They've already been cut. And it's not going back the way it was. I'm going to put these in the fridge so that they don't get gross. Actually, I'm going to put them to the side because I'm going to put paper in it. Okay. I need, at this point, to cut ginger. I asked the person that I'm dating to buy us ginger so that I could make this dish, and they bought me this. They got this when they went to the grocery store. They got all of this ginger. And all of this ginger also included this. So it was all this ginger. And like literally this amount of ginger is probably the amount of ginger I use in 6 months. So I have nothing to do with this ginger right now. I could bake gingerbread or ginger snaps or something. Maybe I could do that on stream. But I'm going to be using this ginger today because this has been in the freezer. Thanks for the question, though. I love the questions. It always helps me to, like, keep everything kind of entertaining when people are asking me questions like that. Especially questions that are so open-ended. And who my favorite philosopher is definitely a top-tier question because I could probably go on about so many different people, and I was sort of starting to. I talked about Thomas Kuhn and Socrates like a little bit, but I was actually thinking about Simone de Beauvoir earlier today, and so I don't know. I don't know if she would have wanted to be called a philosopher. I don't know what she would have called herself in that regard, but she's pretty awesome. And one of my favorite things that she wrote is that, and I don't know why I like it. I don't know why this is so interesting to me, but she just points out that, like, an ovary with, like, a bunch of sperm all around it is like a woman's areola. Like, if you, because it's like an egg, and then there's, like the shading around it, kind of. I don't know. I think that's interesting. She wrote that in The Second Sex. It's just, like, weird. It's just an interesting observation about nature. And she had so many of those in that book. And that's the only thing I've read by her, I admit. But most philosophers, I haven't read all their works. I mean, Socrates, I've not read all of Socrates. I've read, like, I've read the big ones for Socrates. I've read the Credo, Euthyphro, you know, Gorgias. I'm pretty bad at saying it, even though I like it. The Apology, of course. All the major ones. Anaxagoras or something. I don't remember. Rumpy Coffee. Yo. But something I think about a lot is the Eleusinian Mystery, and one of Socrates' friends actually left us a hint as to what the Eleusinian Mystery was, because he was arrested, and there was a police record of the arrest warrant, and he was arrested for distributing the Eleusinian Mystery. And I'm forgetting the name of that figure right now, but he was one of Socrates' friends. And anybody like that is a friend of mine. Okay. And I'm gonna be right back. I'm just gonna grab one thing really quickly. Okay, I'm back. I'm here. Oh, my back hurts. I don't want to be standing anymore. So right now I just cut up the ginger into slices. Just little slices. I'm going to cut it up slightly finer than that. And then I'm going to leave some of it, like, diced up minced. And then other bits of it are going to go in the sauce. Personally, I find too much ginger too much. Ginger's so powerful. It's got so much flavor to it, especially 1,000-year ginger. 1,000-year ginshin. And I don't know if my sound is working. I wonder, I need to, like, try something so that I can see if my sound is working, because we're gonna put on the Terrence McKenna vid soon that I've never seen. I'm pretty excited about that. But right now I'm still just cutting this ginger. It's pretty satisfying. I could give you the ginger view if you're interested. I'll give you the ginger boob view really quickly. Hold on. This is the action cam. This is the ginger action cam right here. This is a ginger instant replay right here. And for those of you who like, well, I won't say that. But then this is just another view of me cutting ginger, basically. Okay, so now let's move this back. And we'll get back into talking mode. Look at my whole head so that it doesn't seem like I'm cut off at the top of my head. That's too high, of course. I'm gonna give people motion sickness. I might need to go smoke some weed in order to finish cooking here, because what state do I live in? I'm actually specifically not telling people that, and I'm also, like, just sort of trying to keep everything on the DL about my life, because, you know, I'm a trans person on the internet, and it'd be pretty easy to fuck up my life, probably, if, like, someone was so well determined. Even though I trust you, I trust everyone here right now very much. But yeah, I'm trying to keep it on the DL. But what I will tell you, I'm willing to say, is that I am in northeastern America, northeastern United States. I won't say what city or state. And I've moved around a lot, and I've lived in a lot of different places. And I can tell you places that I have lived, because I lived in Boston for a very long time. Boston is my home, and I'm not saying whether I live there now or not, but I've lived in and around Boston, Massachusetts most of my life, and Boston is pretty well known as a racist city from, like, the people who actually want to be, like, sort of conscious of that fact. It's it's one of the richest cities in the world, but yet the people on the streets have literally nothing, and most of them are obviously people of color. Many of them are very old, many have disabilities. So Boston is a pretty grim place. It's a grim place in history. And I often found, you live in the Midwest. Yeah, the Midwest has a history too, because of like the slaughter of all the indigenous Americans. And that's obviously the whole country. But like, Boston is so fucked up. Like, there's so many problems with it. But even still, I do feel at home there, just literally because I grew up there. That's the only reason. I feel at home in Massachusetts. But I've lived all over, and I've loved all over too. I mean, I've lived in Colorado. Denver, Colorado is a very, very beautiful place. I lived in Sierra Vista, Arizona in the past. In Arizona, it's pretty shitty, but it was an experience. It was a beautiful place to hike and camp. The Midwest is pretty good though. Lots of people in the Midwest are very friendly, much friendlier than in the Northeast. I'm gonna grab a container for my garlic. On most cooking shows, they like have everything ready, and on this cooking show, I'm doing it all live. We're all live here, so there's no prepared ingredients. This is freshly minced ginger. Yeah. So this is gonna be like a soy like tasty sort of noodle dish. I've got some green onions. Those are gonna be awesome. Very excited. And I decided I did want more ginger. Even though ginger like kind of upsets my stomach, even though it's supposed to actually ease your stomach, it kind of upsets my stomach, especially if I have too much. It just smells so good as I'm cutting it here. It smells so good. Yeah, the Midwest is pretty cool. There's a lot of places in the Midwest that are very beautiful. One of my favorite places in the United States is actually Wyoming. Very, very beautiful nature there. I'm kind of all about nature. We were just hiking recently in some mountains. All of the northeast of the United States has the Appalachian Mountains running through it, and so we were doing some hiking there. It was very, very beautiful. And right now it's probably about 1,000 degrees. This is definitely like the hottest day it's been inside of our house for sure. It also doesn't help that I'm roasting garlic to the left of me. So what I'm gonna do, the general game plan here is I'm cutting up garlic. I'm cutting up ginger. We got garlic in the oven. And we already cut up the onion because I fucked up the stack. I fucked up the vegetable stack. We got cut up onion. But what we want is cut up fucking green onion. That's gonna go on our sauce. And we've been using this stuff. I don't know if you've ever encountered this product. We actually haven't tried this kind yet ourselves. But this is this Sichuan chili oil. And so it's pretty spicy apparently. I haven't actually used this one yet, but I'm gonna use it tonight. That's gonna be like one of the bases of the sauce. Is that the job isn't bad, Chromatic. It truly isn't. I've been enjoying it. And I'm excited for this uh, part of the stream here. You work in a child welfare and a business support position. A lot of people call thinking you can expedite things, but unfortunately, you can only do a limited number of things. Sometimes wish that you could do more, but most of the time your job is only to say no. I'm feeling so self-conscious about a scar right now. I know that's like not like relevant, but I got attacked by a dog when I was younger, and you can like really see my scar. It like literally ripped my lip off. Most of the time people can't tell that, I feel like, but today it seems like very shadowed. It feels like very prevalent on my face, but I decided when I started streaming that I was not going to be embarrassed about how I look or sound or act or am. So here I am in all my self. Anyways, sorry for that tangent. I didn't answer or respond to the child welfare. Well, that's okay. Now everyone knows, but that isn't a problem because who even cares? It's not the only thing you do in your position, but it's one of the more shitty parts, saying no to people. That's exactly it for my job, you know? Sometimes I can be like very helpful for people, and I can be like, I'm gonna get you to a doctor right now. But like probably more often than not, I am like, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to call back if you need an appointment because we have nothing to offer you right now. But sometimes my favorite part of the job probably is that we'll do referrals, and so I will call people who have been like referred to different clinics, and I'll offer them appointments. And so that's sick because like that part of the job is amazing. I'll just call people, I'll be like, hey, I know that you needed this appointment and I can actually offer you one. But there is a flip side to it. It's not all daisies, because then sometimes we don't have appointments and we still have people who are on the wait list. So sometimes you call people and you're like, I know that you have this referral to our clinic, but we don't have appointments right now. So like there's nothing we can do. And why don't we have appointments, by the way? Let's talk about that for a second. I'm not actually cooking at all. Oh my god. This cooking show involves less cooking than any other show. Where was I? Yeah, people will call and I'll forget where I am speaking to them because I forget where I am talking in general. I was talking about like that role at the job. I left the music on. It's a little bit obtrusive. Oh yeah, I was talking about making phone calls, yes. And yeah, sometimes it's better, sometimes it's worse, certainly. Because sometimes working referrals, even though I just said it was good, I'm making an Asian stir-fry situation. It's going to be using mostly this stuff, and then on top of that stuff, I'm going to be using this stuff. So these are the two things that are going to be mostly cooking, primarily. I'll just leave these out for a minute. And I haven't been doing cooking at all, I've just been talking. And yeah, I was talking about calling people. It's not all daisies, because sometimes we don't have appointments. And it feels so stupid, because I have to call them, and I'm like, hi, hello, you have a referral to us, I know that. I'm calling you from the office where like you got referred to by your doctor, and I know that you need an appointment with us. I wanted to let you know that we have none, so like I bothered your day just to let you know that. I just bothered your day so that I could tell you that like we couldn't book you. And a lot of patients are like, could you like not even call me? Like I don't want to know, like just call me if you do have an appointment. And it's like rightfully so, but then at the same time, and like this is where I am, I guess, because I do it, is that I'm just like, well, if you don't have it, you do have to know that you don't have it, because you don't want to be like left unknowing. And so I think I'm at least pretty good at telling people bad news, and every time I tell anyone anything bad, I try to like also give them like the way out of it. I try to be like, okay, so like you can't have an appointment, but like you could do X, Y, or Z. And there's a lot of good that I've been able to do in that way, where like people don't have insurance, but I'm like, you could go do X, Y, and Z, and you'll be able to get it. And yeah, no, and enjoy your walk, whatever you do go. And this is, I'll be going until about 6. That's when I have to end. And with that being said, I like really need to cook more. I was about to actually make the sauce, because I normally start by making the sauce and then I'll put it in like the fridge so that it's just already done. And I improvise most of the time. I just make different things all the time. This is gonna be something that I sort of know the recipe a little bit ahead of time, but I don't know exactly what it's gonna be like. And so soy sauce is the main base. I'm gonna use a shitload of soy sauce, lots and lots and lots of soy sauce. I'm gonna probably do 20 tablespoons of soy sauce. If that sounds like too much, then hopefully I'll be wrong, or I'll be right. I mean, I'm gonna use some rice vinegar. Got some rice vinegar here, and I might put a little sesame seed oil, but I don't know. That's just very strong. And yes, please shout out Content Mage. Please go follow them. Chromatic, sorry. I'm still not used to that one. Okay, so I'm gonna be making the sauce, and I think what I'm gonna do is just put it in this Tupperware here. This is my strategy. And soon I'm gonna actually be listening to Terrence McKenna, probably just in like 5 or 10 minutes, but I just thought I'd like chit chat. There's a Terrence McKenna talk, and it's the last talk that Terrence McKenna ever gave. I thought I'd listened to that video, but I found this documentary where some person was just like, oh, I interviewed Terrence 4 months before he died, and so I've never seen this video before. I'm very, very excited to watch it, and I'm gonna watch it while I cook here. Also, my camera just seems to have started working again for some reason. Which is good news, but I wish it was there earlier when I was freaking playing sweet piano. Can you hear the birds? I don't know if you can hear the birds in the background. They're very beautiful. Sometimes I feel like when I'm playing music, the birds are singing along. Here's my trusty tablespoon. Aw, I love that. That's a very cute bird emote. This is my favorite bird emote. Hold on. Did it work? No, it didn't work. That's my favorite bird. What? Okay. So, soy sauce in. We're gonna do 20 tablespoons. 1. Yeah, I did say 20. I'm doing 20 tablespoons. But it's not all gonna go in the pan because I'm gonna flavor the noodles in the food separately. So when you think about it, it's 10 tablespoons when you get down to it in each of them. But yeah, I use a lot of sauce. And honestly, the person who I'm dating, they say that my food is bland. They say that my food is bland. And it's like, come on. There's flavor here. Not only is there flavor, but there's too much flavor, in my opinion. Last time I made this stuff, it came out way too salty, but I used even more than this, so. But I also, well, there were other factors in it, too. I already lost count of the soy sauce, but I just, half a cup per. Yeah, probably like that, yeah. But, oh, it's so fucking good, though. It tastes so good. And, like, even though the last time I made it, it was too salty, the freaking, like, 3 times before that I did it was unreal. And I also, like, adjust the flavor as I go. So, like, I start with that number, but then I'll add, or I'll even, like, just water it down, literally. I'll just, like, dilute it with, like, a little bit of water, and I'll just use less. Because it, like, works. It tastes so good. And actually part of the reason why I wanted to do this is because I feel like my cooking is amazing. I was saying earlier, I consider myself an 8 out of 10 cook. Like, I think that I'm like a drunken master of cooking. I think that I'll become, I smoke lots, and then your munchies just give you like a superpower. I don't actually experience munchies very much. But I feel like I'll smoke, and then all of a sudden my cooking prowess just doubles. I become so good, and it's such a meditative experience. This is so good. Honestly, this is making cooking a lot less terrible. I'm just hanging out with you all, and I'm just chilling, doing my favorite, like, meal here. Well, this isn't my favorite by any means. I have like lots of favorite things to cook, and most recently I made shepherd's pie for us. But my shepherd's pie is like, vegan shepherd's pie is like pretty amazing. Yeah, so that's basically how much soy sauce I'm using. It's a lot. It's a lot of sauce. It definitely is. But you'll see that that's not the only thing. That's not the only thing going in there. And so for that, I'm going to do probably about 1/4 the amount of vinegar. Maybe even less. I might do like 4 or 5. Yeah, like probably 4 tablespoons. And I'm doing like not like huge tablespoons. I'm doing like just like casual. You know? I have actually, so of the jobs that I've had in my life, I was talking about work earlier. Of the jobs that I've had in my life, the jobs that I've done the most is working in restaurants. And so I feel like it's definitely one of the places where I'm most comfortable is just in the kitchen. I am going to put a little sesame oil. This shit is so strong though. I'm only going to put like literally a teaspoon. But it is really good. And so I cut up this ginger earlier, and I'm just going to put in some of the minced ginger, but not all of it. I think I'm going to blend this, or at least I'm going to blend half of it. And the blended part is going to go into, well, maybe all of it would be good blended. I don't know. But I'm going to take like about half the ginger that I made, and I'm just going to put it right in that soy sauce mix that I'm making. That it smells really good, even though like I just started. Holy fuck! I'm so excited for VR because like soon I'll be able to cook with all of you, but I'll be like a hologram right next to you in augmented reality or virtual reality. And if I'm made of hard light, then I could actually use the tools and I'll just cook for all of you. I've talked a lot about being like a dating sim and like just hanging out with people for money. I think that'd be kind of a cool life. And I think I'd be pretty good at it. I'm a pretty, like, I think that's part of the reason that I'm good at my job is that I'm good at talking to, like, many different people, and I'm good at, like, pretty quick conversations and directed conversations. I don't know. I have a lot of luck and qualities that have helped me out. Yeah, so this is hoisin sauce, and this vegan hoisin sauce in particular, I don't even, like, understand how I didn't know what it was for most of my life, because it's become one of my favorite sauces, and it's kind of like like Asian-style ketchup, basically. Oh, yeah, it's so good. And honestly, I'm just eyeing it. I'm just eyeing it out. This is partially why my stuff was too strong last time, was that I used too much hoisin sauce, but yeah, I'm putting like a decent amount. I'm putting probably about like 3 tablespoons or 4 tablespoons also of this. But I don't want to use too much. I'm going to be putting cornstarch in this to thicken it too. But I'm going to put in some spices. I have some chili flakes and I have pepper that I'm about to be doing it. I have a couple different kinds of pepper. I'm just doing like a multicolor pepper and a white pepper. But it doesn't really matter. It's just pepper. I think this is going to taste really good though. And like, I'm not nearly done. I don't think I'm going to be ready at 6. And the person that I'm with is probably going to be like frustrated that I'm not ready then. But that's okay. Because it's for them. They're going to eat it anyway, so. Like, I think that's okay. They're probably watching. At least some amount of garlic and onion powder. Like, why wouldn't you? I'm gonna put a little bit of vegan oyster sauce in the mix. Just a little bit. But again, last time I think I went too all out with it. A little bit too much before. I think I might put a little bit more just white vinegar too. I really love vinegar. I don't know about you all, but vinegar is like one of my favorite like flavors. I'm just gonna put like another teaspoon or tablespoon. Just a little bit of white vinegar. I just love the flavor so much. I'm gonna put brown sugar. Sweeten it. I'm putting like 2 tablespoons of brown sugar. Okay. That's probably all that. I'm gonna go get the oyster sauce. I'm just gonna use a small amount of this stuff. Thanks so much for being here. My name's Paige. This is Gender Blending. This is the show that I do. And this is my first time doing a cooking stream. Thank you for witnessing it. Soon we're gonna listen to Terrence McKenna, but I'm kind of enjoying just talking and cooking. It's pretty cool. Okay, I did a very small amount of oyster sauce because I think this might even be bad. This sauce might have lasted too long. I don't use a lot of oyster sauce. It's too strongly flavored. But it tastes good in moderation. And if it's a little bit too strong, then I'm actually going to put in a little bit of broth to like make it a bit thinner. Although we're not thinner, just like less flavorful, but still like sugary and salty. Okay, so let's go ahead. I didn't put in any of the spicy stuff. So this is the spicy Szechuan sauce that, oh, these are actually tomatoes. These are sun-dried tomatoes. I got the wrong thing. Where's the oil? Oops. Here it is. This is the stuff I'm using. Szechuan chili oil. Allulose, I've learned about it not too long ago. I don't know. I've been using this stuff lately. Hold on, where is it? I've been eating lots of these things. These are like vegan soy protein strips. These are super, super good. I don't know allulose though. I don't know if it's like that. I'm unfamiliar. I'll look it up. I'll look it up soon. Okay, got it. Yeah, so I'm making the sauce first, and then I'm gonna add the sauce to everything. Also, I boiled water not too long ago. The water here, we just like to boil it. And so, like, I like to have all boiled water, especially for the noodles. And, like, I like rare sugar found in figs and wheat. Huh. No sugar. Or no calories. That's nuts. That's sick. I'd like to try it. It also doesn't promote tooth decay. Yeah, but what if I promote tooth decay? I'm actually working for the tooth decay industry. No, JK. This stuff seems pretty amazing. I was told that it's not very flavorful, but it's very spicy. And so I'm not going to use too much of it. Aww. I am too sweet. Yeah, I am too sweet, indeed, for teeth. My teeth are probably going to rot away one day. In addition to my fake lip here, I also have, I don't know why I'm showing all my defects today. You can't even really tell. Yeah, right here, like, most of my front tooth is fake because I broke it on a wine bottle. What an embarrassing way to break your fucking tooth. I was in college and I brought a wine bottle to my mouth too rapidly. And that was a sign that I needed to not drink anymore. And I really don't drink. I stick to Mother Nature's ganja myself. I've had too many experiences with alcohol that make me never ever want to ingest alcohol personally. Not that I think other people have to be like me. Defects. Aw, thank you, Grumpy Coffee. This stuff smells pretty good. It smells too much like sesame oil, though. I'm gonna fix it though. I'm just like trying to use my nose to smell out what's gonna fix it. I also have sesame seeds here that are like untoasted. Those are gonna be in it. I think I'm gonna put some lemon juice in this, but it needs like more than that. Right now it doesn't smell, there's no like forward taste to it. It smells just like oil. I'm just thinking is all. I'm not sure what I'm actually gonna do to remedy this other than putting some lemon juice in it. We also have some chilies that are like probably too old to use. They're pretty wrinkled, but that's the life. That is the life. Okay, so I think that the next thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put on some Terrence McKenna because I'm pretty excited to watch this video, and so I'll still be here and I'll be chatting like while we cook, but we'll watch a Terrence McKenna video while I cook. I think it'll be pretty fun. And honestly, putting on a video while we do this is gonna help me to focus more on cooking. And I might step away for a second to smoke more too, because I'll just be like right on the other side of the door. My ear is so itchy with these headphones in. Okay, we're gonna go to this one. That's it. And we're gonna go here, and then we're beautiful picture. And then we're gonna go here, 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 here. Oh, give me 1 second. Grab this, move this down here, so that I still have control of certain things. Oh, we got chat on the screen. We'll move that right down here. And I'm gonna fix this for just... Did that work? Nope, didn't quite work. We're almost there. We're almost there. Oh, well, there we go. Cool. Now I can see chat, and we have this vid, and I'm gonna put on the vid while I cook, and we'll chit chat, and we'll watch this vid. So I'm gonna go here. We're gonna begin this. And we'll check it out. What does this sound like? Okay, the sound not working, but for me, it was turning me deaf. So, we gotta remedy it. Let's go back to the beginning. Go here. And I think I know what's happening. I think we need to change the desktop audio. Properties. That's exactly it. Okay, here we go. Done. Deal. Let's see if this works. Can you all hear this? What? Why? Why isn't it work? Oh, maybe I know. Hold on. I think we got this. Let's try this one. Whoa. That's not it. I wish we had turned that not on. There. Okay, so that seems better. Whew. Okay. That wasn't the solution. Why isn't this playing the audio? I have an idea. You only hear me. Well, only hearing me is better than not hearing me on a show that is this show. But, and I'm also like looking at a screen that's like 6 or 7 feet away from me too, partially. I'm gonna look at my sound settings and I'll get this solved for us. Let's take a look. I don't think it's from here. Let's disable this. Let's see, okay. Wait. Is it here? Up. Yep, we want these. We want those. And then. I want to turn this down because it's too loud for me. Sorry about the technical difficulties, everybody. We're gonna get through this as fast as we possibly can so that we can watch this sweet video. Desktop audio. Let's try this one. Okay, let's see. I think this could work. No? No? It's not working? Why not? Let's use default.
And given between 3 and 9 months.
Why does that work? Why does that work? Okay, let's put this on. I'm gonna step away and smoke because the video is gonna be on anyway. And for what it's worth, like, we are doing this together because I've never seen this video. I watched the first minute alone earlier. I'm gonna put it on and I'll be listening. I'm just gonna be like 3 feet away.
Months to live. I contacted Terence by email and mentioned that I was making a documentary about shamans in the Amazon and asked if I could meet him and record an interview. Flying back home from the Amazon on December the 9th, 1990, just 4 months before he died, Terence gave me one of his last interviews at his home on the big island of Hawaii. Terence had tried many natural therapy cures and had also recently undergone gamma knife surgery to try and remove the tumour.
You've been here for a while?
Oh, I finished the house about 2.5 years ago and was here about 2.5 years building it, so...
Okay.
Yeah. Let me get Christy and...
He looks so worn out. Obviously. I mean, obviously. But, like, he seriously does. It's, like, really sad to watch. I feel like I'm there. And I've never seen this. I've never seen this footage. I've been listening about Terence McKenna forever.
Most governments, in fact, around the world have banned ayahuasca and made most psychotropics illegal.
Well, I think a social system is the product of a process of, you could call it social natural selection, that a civilization produces various religious ideas, political ideas. Some survive and some don't, and it's because the social system is applying selective pressure, saying universal medical care for all, we don't need that. Sexual flexibility among teenagers. Well,
I'm gonna put curry paste in to save it a little bit.
Over time, a social system is built.
I'm also gonna smoke soon.
Saved,
I'm just working on this.
Thrown away, and so when you start putting drugs into a social system that actually promote unusual ideas, you're pushing the most important buttons that a society has, the buttons that shape what it believes about life and death and value and marriage and childbearing and all these things. And so that's very sensitive stuff and inevitably becomes a point of contention. And societies will arm wrestle over that, up to and including putting you away for 20 or 30 years for half a gram of grass or something.
Oh my god, it smells so good now. My mouth is like going wild. The curry paste.
Well, wasn't the struggle against communism a kind of struggle against...
It's gonna get roasted garlic in it soon,
who
too.
thinks what, and who is
Nice.
permitted to believe that people should be paid more than $3.80 an hour for whatever labor they're asked to do and some of this other stuff. So capitalism, if it doesn't have enemies, it will create enemies. It will point out these people or these people. And so I think it's a thing like that it's a struggle to control the political agenda. And to...
Looking at the chat here. Let's see. Just catching up. Trying to make the chat bigger so that I can read it all here. Where is it? Almost. And any moment now I'll be able to read all of it because I'll be able to move the taskbar. Oh my gosh, computer, please. It only wants me to do the corner ones, I guess. There we go. Okay. Walking now. I've been taking long walks in my neighborhood recently. I actually live in the most violent neighborhood in my city, but it's generally peaceful during the day. I'm sorry that you live in such a violent area. This is terrible. I'm fortunate enough to live in a non-violent area, but I was living in a pretty violent area before when I was living in the city. So I'm glad that I don't right now. I used to feel very unsafe every day going on transit, especially because, like, you know, I'm trans, and even if people don't realize it, then they could, and then I could be hurt. Okay. I don't know what kind of a pepper this is, truly, honestly, but the SO picked it out for us, and I'm gonna put it in. I'm just gonna put it in everything we have. So a lot of the times when I'm cooking, I know I said I was gonna smoke, but that's how, like, little I am attached to it, really. I mean, I don't really need to, it does make cooking better. I said I was like a drunken master earlier. I love smoking and cooking. It's a good combination. Right now I'm just cutting up some peppers. Thank you so much if you're here. My name's Paige, and this is Gender Blending. This is my show, and this is my first cooking stream ever on it. I'm trans, and I'll answer questions about that, but I'll also answer questions about philosophy, religion, about Terrence McKenna, about the psychedelic experience, about jalapeno peppers. You're glad that I'm safe now? Thank you. I'm really glad about that too. I didn't feel safe. I really, really didn't. I told a story on stream about one time where I got accosted, to put it that way, on the train. And that was definitely not the only time I've been accosted in such a way. I used the word as a joke a little bit, but like, so. Peppers. Smells good. I'm gonna put these peppers not with the onions. I'm gonna put it in its own little separate container right here. It's not a super big container. Okay, I'm definitely gonna smoke. I don't want to do more than smoke. I kind of want more than that, but I think I'm just going to have a little bit of bud, and I will be back shortly, and we'll keep cooking. I'm gonna start this Terrence McKenna video where he's talking about capitalism. I'll go back like a second.
50 cents an hour for whatever labor they're asked to do and some of this other stuff. So capitalism, if it doesn't have enemies, it will create enemies. It will point out these people or these people. And so I think it's a thing like that it's a struggle to control the political agenda. And I'm not a Marxist. I don't have any patience with that. I do think how Marxism has talked about the value of work and worth and the productivity of the masses and all that. All that rhetoric carries right over into the so-called war on drugs, which is really a war against other people's values. It's a continuation of the Holocaust and cultural genocide and all the other efforts made by the phenomenal success of capitalism to shove its agenda down other people's throats.
What do you feel about the fact that people could be put in jail for 12 years for drinking this stuff?
Well, it's a disturbing tendency. I mean, it means...
Alex Gray and his partner first tried N-dimethyltryptamine when Terrence mailed it to them. Huh, that's so interesting. I bet Terrence introduced a lot of people to certain experiences. I'm glad that I was introduced to certain experiences. They've been very life-changing. Today's been a day without them, except for blood. And I'm gonna go enjoy that, and I'm gonna go keep turning this video back on. DMT through the mail. Well, the MT stands for mailed through, and the D stands for dropped in the mail. I don't know. Okay. We're gonna keep the video going.
That at least the U.S. government has made a decision somewhere to push hard against this, which is always the first strategy. The first strategy is push hard against some trivial thing, cannabis or LSD or something like that. And then once defeated in that strategy, then there is usually a period of negotiated, an effort to create some kind of negotiated settlement. And then once that fails, there's usually a squaring off, and the issue is minimalized and translated into something trivial, and we move on to the next great social issue.
Crazy.
It's crazy.
What do you feel about the synthetic DMT and ayahuasca now being available? You know, do you think that the magic is lost when it's synthesized, and there's no real ritual aspect to the taking of ayahuasca?
Well, it's not so much that the ritual is lost as that the people who are doing the making and the taking and the shaking may not really understand what they're getting into. A drug like synthetic ayahuasca, pharmahuasca, do people realize this?
Pharmahuasca? I don't know if you can hear me, but I love that.
Thousands of years down there. Do they realize its role in shamanic healing and all this? It's just one more example of how everything is desacralized and corrupted, because first ayahuasca has never been heard of, and the next thing you know, everybody wants it because it's all anybody's talking about. So it goes from this mystery to being a kind of a fad or a rage, and then it becomes an income source. And once it becomes an income source, it's a commodity like journalism, sex, aluminum, whatever is being peddled on the open market. I would prefer to see ayahuasca remain at the status, let's say, of peyote, in the where the native peoples who are into it sort of keep the faith, understand how to make it, and talk about it. And when there's a question as to what it all means, then you go back to those native people and listen to them. And all that. There is data to show that ayahuasca is medically effective against malaria and intestinal parasites and things like that. So really, it's a...
Hey, I'm back. Prophetic, literally. Yeah, seriously, very ahead of his time. He died in 1998, so this was right around then. I'm Paige. This is Gender Blending. Thank you for being here. This is my show. I'm gonna go back to my webcam screen just because I'm coming back. I'm cooking today. I'm here and I am in my kitchen and I'm cooking. I'm gonna start. I have the sauce in the fridge. I'm gonna start preparing these beef strips. These are soy protein beef strips. So these are vegan, and they're basically like steak strips. They're pretty amazing. And this package right here, I don't know, like, I guess it's on the expensive side, but it's not too bad because this is probably like 4 servings worth of food, and this is $8, so it's like $2 per serving. I think that people would consider cheap to be $1 per serving for like the main protein, but it's pretty good. It's vegan. It's relatively healthy. So you got to prepare it by using boiling water or hot water, and you let it sit for like 40 minutes, and then you can basically just cook it. That's literally it. So what I'm gonna do is take it. I'm gonna put it in my sieve, and I'm gonna wash it off pretty thoroughly. I'm gonna put it in this big old bowl, and then I'm gonna use a plate to weigh it down so that they all stay submerged. And I'm gonna use some plastic wrap to help that too. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wash them out with the sieve, and I'll play the video more. Thanks for being here. My name's Paige. Oh, and if you want to join my Discord, if you want to stay in touch, I don't talk much online. Like, for those of you who are here who feel like I don't reach out, I hope you understand that I literally, like, love each and every one of you deeply. And my heart breaks, actually, because I can't speak to literally everybody in my life. But, like, I have 40 hours at work, and then there's the person who I'm endowed to, and then I have to do things like this where I can't actually stream all the time. But if you want and you join in on the Discord, I do read the Discord. I don't always comment because I don't always have the energy, but I try, and I value everyone just like being here and being so supportive of me as a new streamer, and I just appreciate all of you as human beings, and I hope that you enjoy it, because one of my personal missions is to make it so that people don't feel like they're alone, and I don't want anyone to ever feel alone, and so I'm just like someone you can hang out and listen to. So I'm just gonna literally take those strips, and I'm just gonna wash them and sing really quickly. But as I do this, we'll watch the vid. I'll put that back on here. Whoa, clicking the wrong stuff. Here we go. And it's called game screen main. Cool. We're going back.
Basic
There's
part
this.
of this native medical system. And if instead of trying to put everybody in prison, we actually, try to do research on this stuff and find out how it works and how it affects various conditions, we would probably extract its benefit much more quickly.
Okay, so what about the combination of ayahuasca and the psychotria of viridis? That seems to be a magic combination. How is it that the DMT is able to be absorbed in the stomach? Whereas, if you could just explain that relationship.
Well, it involves the interrelationship between a brain-mind system that has had all the monoamine oxidase taken out of it pharmacologically. And all these psychoactive drugs seem to have a bigger, more dramatic impact in the presence of a lowered MAO threshold. And how this was discovered by Amazonian Indians millennia ago and not discovered by Western science till 1956 or something. It's one of those peculiar facts about ethnobotany and ethnomedicine. But it's certainly true that you have a much more dramatic effect with the two in combination. How many of these kinds of facts of folk science are out there to be discovered? We don't really know yet, but slowly it's all being unraveled. It's never been explained, why there are so many plant psychedelics in the New World. The jojoba snuffs, the ayahuasca, the mushrooms in the New World, salvia divina, all of these things are New World, and this has been a social phenomenon, the exploration of which has been pretty much pushed by New World anthropologists and philosophers. If we'd had to depend on European philosophy for the content of the century, we'd all be reading Jacques Derrida and those kinds of people. So it's a local phenomenon that's become global. The way we value the earth, the way we value commodities, the way we extract them and manufacture them into saleable goods, this will all
This is how I do
be
this.
seen in a different
I take a
way.
plate and I cover it with
And,
saran wrap to keep my food clean. And I
Again,
put it
it's an
on top
issue
of another
capital
plate, and then I weigh down the
local
food
and how
in
you
the bowl,
value
and it
what
works
you
pretty
put
well.
your life into and that sort of thing. Well, what the shamans know that we don't is which plants, how, and where. And it took a long time to figure this out. You know, they didn't invent.
I'm just gonna
the
take water right
calculus.
from this.
They didn't, sailing vessels of great speed.
The
and
music's a
power. None
little
of that
annoying, huh?
was pursued. What was pursued was
At least a
these
little annoying.
vegetable entities that can be coaxed out of.
I like the
plant
vegetable
world.
entity part, though.
And
Looking for
the
this.
irony is that Europe, you set out, in the 17th century to explore the world, to bring it Christian civilization, may have encountered phenomena and variants on civilization that will ultimately prove more powerful than what we were peddling. This discussion is by no means closed at this point.
I thought I knew a lot about psychedelics before I encountered DMT, and it showed me that I knew virtually nothing.
This is Salvia divinorum.
Oh yeah, this is a great shot.
Full flower.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you rarely see it so dramatically in flowers.
This one.
Yeah,
Salvia divinorum, yeah.
And what
the flowers.
are the effects of these? What part do you use?
You use
The
the
leaf.
leaf, and it has a compound called alpha salvinorin in it, and it's very easily grown in the right soil.
Roll up 80 leaves and chew them.
Yeah. You just chew it.
Chew it.
And
You
what's
And
the
eat it,
effect?
and eat it as you're... That's how the Mazateks do it.
Oh, mother. And what's the effect of it?
Very
Hallucinogenic,
strange,
psychedelic.
very hard to describe, but
Psychedelic.
not really understood and known until 10 years ago or so.
The salvia.
I'm gonna clean my carrots. Oh, I haven't done this
What's the
yet.
legal
Actually.
It's legal.
Completely amazingly enough. That's why it was called Banisteriopsis, because the leaves are opposed to each other like the rungs of a ladder.
I've got some pieces.
This is amazing. This is a seriously amazing video.
Now here, this vine going up so high,
Oh, yeah.
that's the ayahuasca. Well, I think the shaman offers an immense example of courage. The shaman is not afraid of things which modern, postmodern people are afraid of, specifically madness, kind of madness. People are afraid of drugs because they associate it with ultimate unhingement. As we gain shamans who can speak to us in our own vocabulary, this will fade away. This is, to some degree, the motivation for my career. Is basically to say, to give people permission to say, it's safe, it's scary, it's weird, but you're not going to end up in a straitjacket in some back ward. You'll live through this. It's no more terrifying than the world's largest roller coaster or one of those places. So permission is what I find people want from me. They want me to say, yes, I did it. It was very scary. I live to tell the tale.
That was an experience which I'll never forget.
Showed you there were more rabbits in the field than you thought, right?
I've been wondering how to explain it. I mean, I know it's nearly beyond explanation, but for you, what happens for you when you smoke DMT?
I go to a place where language finds it very hard to pull over and look around. It's almost as though it takes you to a world that is not Englishable, and I suppose Germanable and so forth. But as a native speaker of English, that's what it looks to me like is happening. That the vehicle of language can only...
Breaks down.
Yeah, it breaks down, and no matter how you try and claw the air, it doesn't quite come over and give itself to you. So that's fascinating to me as a writer and a storyteller and someone with an interest in narrative and all that. The idea that there would be realities that you couldn't wrap a description around is fascinating, and it grows more fascinating as life moves along. It seems like a miracle, an absolute miracle of some strange sort in the area of cognitive construction is taking place.
How can someone benefit from that experience?
Well, some philosophers would say such a thing is impossible. There aren't unspeakable realities. Somebody else would say, well, it's this or it's that. So it sheds light on certain questions of philosophy and heuristics and all that seems to me that it gives real answers. I mean, maybe you don't believe these answers, but I know a convincing argument when I see it. And if anybody with argument could do to you what DMT does to you, you'd embrace it in a hurry.
What about ayahuasca? I mean, what do you think are the main benefits from people taking that in a ritualistic sort of context?
Well, we're long away from ritual. And I think rituals are what we need. That's why we create sports leagues and beauty pageants and all these things, simply to, reassure ourselves that in these ritual confined spaces, these energies can be held, And it's the part we are most distant from.
And do you think you need a shaman to take you on those rituals, or is the plant itself enough?
No, the plant is more impressive. If it were a shaman, people would say, well, it's show business. I mean, I saw a guy cut a woman in half on stage once, or I saw this, or I saw that. But I think the fact that, in the case of DMT, a match head-sized piece of orange wax can pull your entire philosophical world out from under you in about 15 seconds is very, very interesting. I mean, how long did it take you to learn to talk? 2 years or a year and a half? How long does it take you to DMT? Oh, about 30 seconds, So it's very interesting. We've created enough alienation that it seems as though we are going to explore the uses of these shamanic technologies. So the high-tech culture, the scientific and materialist culture seems to have made a choice to explore these things, and the shamanic Aboriginal culture seems to have made its choice. But it's going to integrate while we're going to, have another one of these socially destructive debates about law and order and obligation and all the rest of it. That seems to me to be a waste of time.
Oh, there wasn't sound for me. Thank you. I just saw that. Oh, I was saying, okay. Okay, I'll recap. Because what I was saying is that Terrence McKenna had said, I'll even just go back. I think it's worth it to go back. I'm just going to go back to what Terrence said.
Explore the uses of these shamanic technologies. So the high-tech culture, the scientific and materialist culture, seems to have made a choice to explore these things, and the shamanic Aboriginal culture seems to have made its choice. But it's going to integrate while we're going to, have another one of these socially destructive debates about law and order and obligation and all the rest of it. That seems to me to be a waste of time.
That was good, but that wasn't actually the part where he said alienation. Let's go back to that.
A year and a half. How long does it take you to DMT? Under you, in a saw this or I saw that. But I think the fact that in the case of DMT, a match head-sized piece of orange wax can pull your entire...
It doesn't matter. I'm going to go back forward. But basically, I'm going to get forward. Basically, what I was trying to say before, when I was muted, unfortunately, and the reason I'm muted is because I have, things going on with the kitchen, and so I just don't want that sound to cover up the bit. I was saying that Terrence mentioned alienation, specifically pointing to it, and, alienation is key. Alienation is, I think, at the center of almost everything, and it's kind of a shame that, earlier got muted because I was actually pretty happy with what I had said. I feel like I had articulated myself well. But what I was saying is that I think alienation is literally the crux of it. Even on Twitch here, we're still not together, and we're all separated. And I feel so grateful because I live with my partner, who's someone that I really love dearly, and I'm never going to be alone. And I think for so many people, they wake up and go to bed alone every day, even if they're surrounded. Even if they're claustrophobic because there's too many people, they'll just feel alone. And so for me, part of my goal streaming is to make it feel like people aren't alone. I don't want people to feel that way. And Terrence McKenna is just pointing directly at alienation. And that's to me, the heart of the capitalist issue. So bad. Anyways, we can get back to Terrence.
Guinea Highlands, the tribes of Oxford and Cambridge. Everything is dissolving, and humanity is reaching a kind of plural consensus. I mean, even the most sophisticated capitalist, let us say, is aware now that it won't do to cut down all the trees, that's a mistake. So what's happening is a single human viewpoint is sort of coming into existence, a viewpoint that values nature, values natural resources, and tries to, however clumsily, to make some kind of peace out of the whole human mess that we're now mixed up in. I think what it brings is an empathy to the destruction of the planet. you know, the cutting of a rainforest is suddenly no longer completely abstract. It's actually something you can feel and relate to. And all political change begins with a change of feeling and value. So, you know, if we begin to see the Aboriginal people of every continent as the holders of this knowledge, they will begin to look not so naive, not so foolish or something like that, but actually as sophisticated people who have developed a working relationship with these powers and things. And that's the only way you're going to get real political change on some of these issues. If we were having this discussion 30 years ago, we would not be talking about ayahuasca. We'd be talking about mushrooms and their potential and the, you know. So I think the plants change, the drugs change, but the challenge stays the same. And the challenge is to build a humane and human world without doing damage to the humanity that's already in it.
I dropped some carrots there for a moment.
For the future, do you feel confident or pessimistic, optimistic that humanity can take on this challenge?
It requires dedication and intelligence, not so much among our shaman and our inner voyagers, but among the legislators and the people who actually are going to have to make the social change. That's why what goes on in the Netherlands is so important. You know, these are the most liberal people in the world.
It's all of us, you know? It's definitely all of us.
The basic structure of their society. I mean, talk is easy, but
The garlic just came out of the oven, so this is our garlic, and it's all done and roasted. I don't know if that's even visible, but it's pretty amazing looking. Garlic is the thing that takes probably me the longest to actually prepare, to like peel and stuff, but we had Terrence to keep us company. I know, I'm so excited.
What they're trying to do is establish the notion of a thought crime. You know, that it's a crime to consider restructuring the state this way or this way. And that will, you know, if we have not learned anything from the 20th century, we should have learned that wars of ideology are hopeless and just bring incredible grief and loss of life. So I'm hoping that what the 21st century can mean is movement beyond ideology and an actual rational, and I think it is rational approach to integrating the irrational into how we think about.
I'm not sure which. Yeah, I just I just realized. Yeah, I don't know anything about it either, really. But I'm excited to just like watch this video and learn more about what he has to say. I wish it wasn't ending soon. We only have 8 more minutes, and that's why I have the sound turned off. Is because of the the water boiler. It's so loud. Okay, here we go.
Society, city planning, social management, and all the rest of it.
So what were you saying about the patenting of ayahuasca?
Well, some years ago, a dozen years ago or more, a fellow patented ayahuasca. Somehow this happened. It's not supposed to be possible with plants. And then a group of several South American tribes put a lawsuit on him. And it took a lot of money and years to work this to the Supreme Court. And about 2 weeks ago, the Supreme Court ruled that you can't patent a plant, that a plant is not an invention. It's not made by human genius. It is a product of nature. So no plants can be patented, and that patent was declared void. So that's a good thing. Well, there is a thing called the UN Convention on Narcotics, which was something that when the US and NATO and all that completely controlled the UN, they produced this document, which if you signed it, you were basically joining this club which said you would commit resources, time, manpower to eradicating all these drugs. And that was pretty much done through the late 50s and then on into the 60s. And then, of course, LSD was very threatening because you can get, 100,000 hits under one postage stamp. Well, for somebody who's trying to control something that they look upon like nerve gas or something, a weapon, quote, weapon, with that kind of a description makes people very nervous indeed. And so it came out of that.
So why do you think psychedelics are so threatening to these establishments?
Because they produce unexpected ideas and conclusions. That's what strange politics does. You go in a Freemason and a Republican, and you come out, God knows what, a polyamorist and an anarchist or something like that.
You talk about the dominated culture in your books. What do you think that has any reasons why
This garlic looks so amazing, and some of it's going to go right in the pan.
Yeah,
part of it's going to go in the sauce.
Nibble away at the edges of orthodoxy. I mean, once you get the idea that a mushroom can talk to you in your native language and propose various things, life never looks quite the same again, I mean, in a sense, you could say
I cut out the
civilization
gross
was the
middle part.
very long into scientific materialism. Well, then there you are. You think you've conquered scientific materialism, but here's a mushroom, here's a vine, here's a morning glory, and they all give you a message back that is just so peculiar, you don't know what to do with it. Well, there's a lot of evidence and discussion about whether or not it gives you telepathic powers or science fiction-like powers. This could be. I mean, two brains 6 feet apart are both biochemical oscillators. I wouldn't consider it a miracle if it were found that brains floating in ayahuasca have a kind of supernatural connection. And if the tendencies of past history are to continue, that's what it would have to be, that we're on the brink of designing drugs, of moving our technological design process to a point where we can actually design drugs that extract power from them that we never had or dreamed of before. And that would carry us well beyond the Industrial Revolution. I mean, that would be the new world.
And just again, briefly, your recent journey, facing whatever it is that you've faced, death, whatever. I mean, has there been any revelations for you about your journey, about death, about where you're going?
You mean you're referring to the fact that I am...
I'll share the URL. I'll share it right now. And yeah, it's a pretty cool video, right? This is shortly after Terence McKenna had undergone gamma knife surgery. So this was like right at the end of his life. It's pretty interesting. I don't know, it's weird how you just find videos. Here. We go up here. Put it right in the chat. Okay, thanks everybody for being here. If you're here, I appreciate you. I hope you're enjoying Terrence McKenna. You might listen to a little more McKenna or something else similar for a couple of minutes. Let's finish this talk.
Glioblastoma multiforme, which is a form of brain cancer. Well, I wish I could say I'd had more insight into death. I've had a fair amount of insight into dying, which I find a very alarming prospect. Death itself is so far beyond ordinary experience. The threat of dying doesn't really move you toward understanding it. Death is the great mystery around which religions are built, and being able to say, I know what it is, I know how it works, is the way you start a congregation and get a little community going. I would say the big surprise for me was I'm not afraid of death the way I thought I would be. It's just such an intellectual question mark that you just move to the next page because there's nothing to be said about death except that it's
This one's gross.
to last rather a long time.
Sorry, I thought I had posted the URL. I don't know why it didn't get sent.
You've had, through your life. What would that one message be to someone?
That following your own curiosity is a better method for exploring the world than any of the methods offered. Sheer curiosity is the thing that I've always let carry me along, and I have no regrets about any of this. I think it's worth the life to put these issues in front of people.
Huh. Well, so that was that. Let me go back to my webcam view. Hold on, right now I'm eating the microphone. Where's my cursor? Here it is. Only one. Yo, let's turn the playlist on slightly. Yeah, so that was some Terrence. Pretty interesting watch. Now here we are. Back and doing the same thing. Just cooking. We knew it was gonna take this long. But I did want to be done by 6. It's not gonna happen. It's gonna take at least another half hour than that. But we're looking pretty good. The garlic at least looks like it came out really well. And less of it was moldy than I thought it would be. I've only lost like 1 or 2 cloves to mold. So that's cool. Pretty cool. Yeah, I'm gonna be streaming Monday. Very similarly. I'm not gonna do a cooking stream that day. But I'm going to play some games on stream. I really enjoyed playing Grim Dawn earlier. That was pretty fun. Cooking is pretty good on stream though. It's just mostly the setup takes so long. I thought I gave myself a half hour to do it, and it took me like 40 minutes. And that's generous, because I still had technical issues when I got here, so that's what I get. I want to go running, but we have obligations. Our obligations? Well, we actually need to get things for the week, for the coming week. Groceries, but also, like, we need things to clean the house with. So, pretty standard groceries. I'm almost done peeling the garlic, though. It goes pretty fast from there. Peeling the garlic's probably the most time-consuming part. I don't dislike it, it just takes a long time. Okay. Hey, we're done with that. At least I am. Okay. The beef strips are probably okay. I'm just gonna like let the carrots start heating up because they're gonna take so long to get soft. I'm just gonna, and the garlic's in there too. Just gonna let them simmer at a low temperature. My back is hurting me a lot today. I don't know why. I don't know what I did. Okay. Got all that. Garlic. We want to put about half this garlic in the sauce and about half of it in the pan. This is the sauce that we made earlier. Oh, you know what? I know what I could do to make it even better. This is a Japanese barbecue sauce, and this will give it like a sweet smokiness. This is gonna be really good. And I'm gonna do a little cornstarch too to thicken it up. Maybe cornmeal. This stuff's wicked strong though, so I'm only using a small amount. This is the cornstarch. You know, what a lot of people do, I think the proper way to use cornstarch is you dilute it in like warm or hot water and you use it to like make a paste and then you put the paste in the sauce. I just throw it right in. I know that maybe that makes me bad, but you know what? Maybe I am. Maybe I'm just not living up to your expectations. Okay, bye. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. This smells amazing. Now we're gonna get to put garlic in it too. So I cut out the middle parts of the garlic, and that's basically it. Well, I'm gonna cut it up after, like a little. But it's so soft that it's like really all you need to do. I don't like how this makes my hands feel though. Yeah, you want to get out the middle parts. They're kind of gross. Or at least I do. Personally. That's pretty good. Yeah, so I'm Paige, and this is Gender Blending, and this is my show where I talk about my life and the trans experience, and I'll talk about, like, philosophy and music and politics and stuff, and, other times I'll just tell stories or joke around or whatever, and earlier I was playing games. Also, I'm a musician, and so sometimes I'll play music. I played music this morning. That was cool. Okay, that's pretty good. So we're gonna take like half this garlic and just put it in. It's so soft, we're just gonna put it right in. Oh, it's so good looking. I want a lot of it right in the sauce that we're using, but the rest of it's gonna go right in the pan. Oh, it looks so good. It's so good. Mmm. Mmm. It was so good to see you, Chromatic, and I hope that you have a really good weekend. And yeah, if I see you on Monday, then that'll be cool too. I hope it's awesome. I use the different parts of the green onion for different things. First, I take off the wilty leaves since I didn't get to it soon enough and some of it wilted. But a lot of this is still really good to use. Vaguely. I'm just gonna take off the wilty parts. It's pretty good. And then the rest of this looks like really pretty good to go. I just go fast. That's pretty good. All that's garbage. And then cut off the ends as close to the base as you can. This one needs it closer. Got it. Perfect. Done. I do have baby corn. Thank you for asking. We're gonna put baby corn in here. My back hurts so much. Okay, we're gonna put some of these right on the pan. Okay, that's enough for just going right in the pan. It's gonna be really good. Then we're gonna put some in the sauce and then stir it up. Oh, it looks so good. Okay, yeah, that's going right in. Then we're gonna put sesame seeds in. Yeah, that's really good. So this is our sauce. Getting all the garlic. Just try and mix it up as best I can. It could be even thicker. It smells really good though. I'm gonna put a little bit of this in the pan just so that it doesn't get burnt. But mostly I want this to go in the noodles and then over the vegetables later. Pretty amazing though. Also, I need to set aside some more green onions for later, because we're gonna put them over top. And we need to also move things around in the pan. Here's our pan right here. Just gonna like kind of toss things around. I don't know if you can actually see that. That's our pan so far. And so I just do like a little bit of the sauce. Hopefully you can you hear me? I don't even know if I'm able to be heard. Probably. I think I'm good. I think I am. Whoa, the stove is hot. Yeah, we can hear me. We're good. We're good. Okay. Yeah, so the pan's pretty good so far. And I think I got sauce on my face, probably. My face is so saucy. I might put on another Terrence McKenna video soon. I was supposed to be done at 6. I'm running so behind. Definitely not my intention. But we're gonna get through this very fast. It seems like it's gonna be worth it though, because it's looking incredible. Okay, that's pretty good on green onion, I think. Alright, I'm going to do that. Wash my hands. That seems pretty amazing. For the sake of time, I'm gonna use less potatoes. Because I really need to get done with cooking. But, and I don't need that many potatoes anyway. But we definitely want some. Maybe just 2 even. Just a couple. Yeah, we'll just do 2. We don't even need much. Keep it light. Cool. Oh, I played this on stream earlier. I played it on stream pretty well today. I'd say it sounded pretty good, personally. I'm doing really small cuts of vegetables today. I just feel like compelled. Looks so good though. It's kind of sticking to the pan, which is like actually good because it means that my sauce isn't gonna be thin. It means it's gonna thicken. These actually look amazing. They're like caramelized. It's so good. Oh my god. I'm just gonna cover it. It'll keep it like hydrated. Can't have it covered then. My computer screen is in the line of fire. Oh goodness. Let's bring that a little further away from the actual stove. Let's also turn on the lights. Get some light in here. That's pretty good. This is going really well so far. It does need more sauce though. Just put right here. Yeah, that was awesome. This is gonna be super, super good. So I might be running behind right now, but at the same time, it's kind of for a good cause. And so I think I'm actually allowed a little bit. good looking. This looks like literally amazing. I'm gonna put on more Terrence McKenna while we're working. Let's turn off the playlist. Let's go to the internet. And let's put on a different Terrence McKenna vid.
Okie doke. So can everyone hear? Yes? Yes. Good. Okay, well, we'll strive to maintain a certain level of formality, although this is definitely an in-house family get-together. I always say every time I'm at Will's that this feels like the home congregation. This is where we can let our hair down even when we speak from the pulpit. And I encountered Will a few weeks ago at a buffet, and he said, "I'm glad to see you." And I said, "I'm glad to see you." He said, "This must mean we both need money." So why don't we plan an event? But we needed a draw, so we thought probably we could lend some respectability to the enterprise by getting a British theoretical biologist
right in here.
to throw in the plan. So
And then
every year now, for several years, the annual return of the sheldrakes to Turtle Island has been a high point in the social calendar. And sometimes it happens in the spring and sometimes in the late summer. But it always is an excuse to suspend the ordinary rules of engagement and party down as much as we can with these wonderful people. And Rupert and I have not seen each other for 10 months or so. He flew in from Vancouver this afternoon. I saw he and Jill for the first time this evening. I have yet to see Merlin, who is the latest adumbration of the Sheldrakean morphogenetic concrescence. And I'm sure he lives up to the name. So the way we conceived of this is I just think that what goes on in our living room is much more exciting, even without the dope smoking, than what goes on in the public lecture situation. So the idea was for Rupert and I to get together again, get to catch up again, and have you as part of the extended family participate in this. So on very short notice, I conceived this and called it Forms and Mysteries, Morphogenetic Fields and Psychedelic Experiences, as a kind of effort to split the deck two ways equally, you know. Although in the past, Rupert and I have participated at Esalen. We spent a very interesting afternoon talking about the theory of formative causation and what it might say about the psychedelic experience pharmacologically, psychologically, historically, and so forth. Forms and Mysteries seem to me a fitting title because, of course, form is a mystery that even science is willing to acknowledge. This is the great terra incognito of modern science, is the persistence and genesis of form. What is it? Where does it come from? And what sustains it? And typical of the history of science, the more complex problems have been postponed historically until
epistemological and analytical capabilities were sufficient to deal with the problem. This is why, for instance, linguistics was no more than a metaphor until the 20th century. And in a sense, I think probably morphogenesis was in the same situation, because powerful mathematical tools have had to be invented to carry it out of the realm of mere theoretical discussion. Rupert has been, I think, the most radical of all the people who have proposed a revisioning of causality and, by extension, the domain of science, what it is able to claim as its purvey. And I think that his position has been at first ignored, and more recently with the publication of his second book, excoriated, because this is no small matter. This is actually a question of fundamental epistemic importance to the entire scientific enterprise, because what is being proposed in the theory of the morphogenetic field is a revisioning of causality. The second book, which if you haven't read it, you're certainly missing an intellectual adventure. It's like a chance to read the Principia when the person who wrote it is striding around town giving lectures. It's really a rare intellectual adventure. I haven't known
stepped
that
away
kind
for
of
just a moment.
excitement reading theoretical biology.
Thanks so much for being here, everybody. My name's Paige, and this is Gender Blending, and this is my show. And so I'm glad you're here. I'm cooking, and it's turning out incredibly, actually. This is the mix so far. There's nothing primarily in here. This is the basis of our flavors. I'm just letting it reduce a little. We're gonna add mushrooms and fake beef, and we're gonna put this over noodles. Should be pretty amazing. I'm also not gonna use too many noodles. I've done that too many times in the past, and I vow I'm not going to use too many noodles. We lost a little bit there, but that's okay. The pan's going to be very full, so it's okay.
Since discovering L.L. White when I was a kid. But what is being proposed is a fundamental revisioning of how events happen in the world. And very fundamental to the performance of science is the notion of experiment. And experiment rests on the relatively unexamined concept of the restoration of initial conditions. Well, the Sheldrakean cosmos would play havoc with the notion of the restoration of initial conditions, because what it is saying is that the universe is a steadily accreting and self-defining set of interlocking habits, and that that slices into this waveform interference pattern of habit are therefore necessarily going to be time dependent. In other words, it looks different at each point in its history. It makes it very hard, therefore, to see how in an atmosphere like that, ordinary science can be prosecuted at all. So the interest that it holds for me then is that it seems to be a very calm, rational, attentive program of intellectual understanding which leads to the same radical conclusions that an emergence in the core experience of archaism, the psychedelic experience, argues for. In other words, that all our intellectual constructs are in fact built on shifting sands, and all knowledge is provisional at this stage in the epistemic enterprise. It doesn't mean that a more epistemically grounded knowing is not possible. It merely means that up to this point, it has not occurred. Science's claim to fulfill this function is now in serious trouble. It actually has been in some areas since the elaboration of quantum physics in the 20s, but Sheldrake is coming at it not from a realm of extremely arcane mathematical modeling, but in the biological realm, with a model which is both simultaneously true to felt experience and confounding to the scientific paradigm as it has been waged since Bacon, essentially. So Rupert is with us tonight. He will tell you, I hope, the state of the art in terms of experiments and the public dialogue that attends these things, because make no mistake about it, the overturning of a scientific paradigm is a political act, and it has to do with reputations and tenure and publication and people who have built their lives defending something that they now see under.
That actually brings me to a point that I've been meaning to talk about on stream for a long time, and that is of expertise. And I'm really bothered by expertise, truthfully, in general, and people's appeals to it. Because by and large, people with the deepest educations in our society are the ones who have devised all of the social structures that, have created the mess that is our current reality. And so, I think that we need to rely more on felt experience and understanding, and we need to understand more. This is a little bit too liquidy. I'm going to pour some of this out. That's okay. Take more of this. A little more. Yeah, so experience is something that we really appeal to, but in the mental health industry, the thing is that the people who are most experienced are the ones who devise the oppressive systems that specifically started doing work in that field in spite of. And so car alarm is going off nearby. But it's turned off. Oh, and there it is again. Okay, I'm gonna put the video back on for a minute.
Severe attack. What I believe is happening, and that Rupert and my own fascination with the psychedelic experience and other phenomena in society all can be brought under the single umbrella of a resurgent vitalism, an awareness of the living vitality of form and organism and experience. And this is something that, in order to do its work, the Newtonian model had to expunge all that, had to call these things secondary qualities, epiphenomenal, derivative, this, that, and the other. And yet, these are the existential stuff of the felt world of being. So Rupert brings to biology a theory which links it back into physics and forward into psychology in a way that restores meaning.
however much it may do damage to the somewhat infantile wish of the Cartesians to construct a closed tautology, which is really what they want to do, you know, and that's why they want to get rid of all these troubling phenomena that are of such a complexity that it exceeds their model. Well, I'm a great fan of this theory. I could run on at length about it, but the man who invented it is here with us. He can lead us to a deeper understanding of it. Please welcome Rupert Sheldrake, the greatest biologist of the age.
Well, you see, it's a paradoxical situation. It's a difficult act to follow, and yet I've somehow got to try after that build-up. I mean, it's. I think what Terence's his explanation of how morphic resonance works is obviously eloquent and bardic, and I agree with it. And the point that he's put to us now is the thing about the experimental tests. This coming down very much to earth after this wonderful flight of Terence's imagination into those realms of the imagination that he leads us so easily. The tests so far have mostly been on human subjects. And those of you who've seen the new edition of A New Science of Life, which just came out 2 or 3 months ago in the United States, which was published about 3 years ago in Britain, that edition contains an appendix which brings you up to date on what had happened up until 1985. It contains a summary of the controversies and the discussions, including a reprint of the full Nature editorial attack, the book for burning article. And it also summarizes the experiments which were done in the realm of hidden images, puzzle pictures. I've talked about those before several times here and in San Francisco, so I'm not going to go into those, but those were, roughly speaking, experiments that involved showing hidden pictures containing a hidden image, a puzzle picture, on television to millions of people. And the test was to find out whether more people in other countries could recognize it, could spot the hidden image in these puzzle pictures before, if more could do it after it had been shown on TV in one country than before. So groups of subjects were tested in a variety of countries. The transmissions took place on British television, first on Thames Television, and then another experiment on the BBC involving about 8 million people in the audience. And the tests in other countries were done by volunteer experimenters. The tests involved 2 puzzle pictures. People in other countries were shown both of these for 30 seconds each. They had to guess or say what they saw in it. They were either right or wrong, easy to mark, and whether they got the hidden image or not. And the same 2 pictures were tested on different subjects after the TV transmission. One of them was a control, the other one that was shown on TV. Anyway, these experiments, which were then repeated in Germany, gave interesting but variable results. The first one showed a large increase, a significant increase at the 1% level of probability, and the recognition of the transmitted picture compared with the control picture, which remained constant. Very gratifying result. And so the experiment was done again on BBC with its larger audience. The second experiment showed a strong positive effect in Western Europe. More people in Germany and other countries recognized the picture shown on TV in Britain than, and the control picture didn't change. But it showed no effect in North America. No. These results were very puzzling, and it's the kind of thing that, what do you make of that? I don't expect morphic resonance to work by a distance effect, which is the most obvious explanation. Could it be that somehow people in Europe, being in the same time zone, are more in phase with each other than those in the US, 6 to 9 hours shifted? If morphic resonance works as a resonance, then what phase people are in should be an important variable. So that's one possibility. And that's suggested by the results from South Africa, which is only 1 hour different from Britain, and at least as far away as New York and other places it was tested, which showed similar results to the European ones. It wasn't distance, it was time zone that seemed to be the variable. Anyway, this experiment was then done again in Germany. The pictures were new pictures, of course, in each experiment. And the pictures there were transmitted on a Sunday afternoon on a program there. And tests were done all around the world. Again, no effect in North America. A highly significant effect in Britain. But in Britain, although it was highly significant and the control was no different, and the sample tested was something like 20,000 people. This was a huge sample. It was probably the biggest experiment ever done in terms of the number of participants. The effect showed that the picture had become significantly harder to recognize in Britain after it had been seen by a lot of Germans on a Sunday afternoon. Well, at this stage, I thought, well, this is too close to a kind of standard parapsychological experiment, a one-shot thing. I discussed it with Russell Targ, who I met at a conference, and he said, I bet if you do this experiment, you'll get all sorts of weird precognitive effects and so on. It's so like a parapsychology experiment. You'll get the same kind of anomalies and bizarre things that we get in ours. And I thought, well, maybe that was one way of looking at it. And thought that probably I should do more what is more in the spirit of the hypothesis, namely try and test for the effect of repeated exposures, because it's a hypothesis of repetition leading to habit, not a kind of one-shot event. I wanted to look for where puzzle pictures, for example, could be seen many times. Well, at this stage, it turned out that the only way to do this feasibly, since I couldn't persuade a TV company to show the same puzzle picture in the same test hundreds of times on their program. The obvious way to do that would be to have it in a TV commercial, or to have it in advertising in hoardings. And at this stage, I entered into discussions with various leading members of the advertising industry, including some at the think tank here in San Francisco. And it seemed that they were indeed quite interested in this approach. And at that stage, they sent to me from their offices in Madison Avenue for some puzzle pictures and started doing some trial ones for a campaign. But at this stage, I began to get cold feet. I began to think, do I really want...
I'm doing more corn just because corn is so good.
Directly and completely as part of a kind of advertising stunt and as part of an advertising research project. And it's not... Things should continue as they begin to some extent, and I thought it just wasn't a very auspicious beginning. And I didn't get too involved with that. I've sort of backed down on that one. They also had fears from their clients because anything to do with hidden images, advertisers are terrified of being accused of subliminal advertising. And so there's a kind of paranoia the minute hidden images come up. Anyway, so that experiment's on the back burner. several other projects are in the pipeline. A friend of mine has invented a puzzle in England, a 9-piece geometrical puzzle, which is exceedingly hard to do. It took me hours and hours to solve it. It's got tens of thousands, millions of combinations, and there's 148 possible answers, but they're very hard to find. He's planning to market this in the near future, or in the more or less near future, and so we're setting up an experiment that would go with that if it is marketed. We'd monitor in other countries where it's marketed the rate at which people can solve it under standard conditions, and then measure at regular intervals in other countries before it's released there, to see whether millions of people or thousands or tens of thousands learning it in Britain affect these successes. It's like monitoring the ability of people to solve the Rubik Cube if you'd got in right at the beginning. It's that kind of thing, only on a smaller scale. Anyway, that's one thing in the pipeline. The other thing is the 3 experiments which won the Tarrytown Prize, which was awarded in June 1986 for tests of morphic resonance. All involved experiments on the ability of human beings to learn things that millions of people had learned before. Again, I won't go into these in detail because they're all written up in my new book, The Presence of the Past. Briefly, they involved the ability to learn or recognize words in languages unknown to the person in the written form. One involved Hebrew words written in Hebrew. The other involved Persian words written in Persian. These 2 experiments were very similar. They were done independently, one in the United States at Yale by Gary Schwartz, the other in Britain, by 2 people who both independently devised a very similar test to test for morphic resonance. Itself an interesting fact. And these tests showed the ability of people to learn things more readily if they were things that other people had learned before. The 3rd test was on Morse code. The main experiments that have been going on, apart from other ones planned in the human psychology realm, the ones that are actually going on right now are in the realms of chemistry and in fruit fly development. The experiment that's going on in Warwick University at this moment concerns protein folding. In my new book I discuss this. If proteins are unfolded, then it may be that when they fold up again, which involves a complex morphogenetic process at the molecular level, which can be monitored using quite simple techniques. When they fold up again, they may be refolding in a way that they've not done in nature before. Especially, there are reasons why this would be so for certain particular enzymes. And so the more often they're refolded, they should learn how to do it, as it were, and the refolding process should take place measurably quicker. But we have an experiment going on to test for this, the refolding of enzymes and then repeated refolding to see if it happens quicker. I don't know the results yet. It's still going on, and I'm not sure whether it will give conclusive results or not within the summer, which is when the project ends. The other one's on fruit flies and the development of fruit flies, following up results that already suggest that when fruit flies are developed in response to an abnormal stimulus like ether or higher temperatures during pupation, that the abnormal flies, for example flies with extra veins in their wings, a certain proportion are produced by this stress from the environment. But the more flies that have been exposed to the stress, the more that have become abnormal, the greater the abnormal response is when fresh ones are put into this stress. This has already been found, and it looks very much like a morphogenetic morphic resonance effect. And some more experiments are going on to test the earlier results that showed this result to be the case. Again, those experiments are about halfway through at the moment. So these are some of the things that are going on to test the theory. I should perhaps mention one attempt to refute the theory that's been made and recently published in the Skeptical Inquirer. I don't know how many people here are readers of the Skeptical Inquirer, perhaps rather few. But the Skeptical Inquirer, as you may know, is the house journal of PsyCop, the debunking organisation, and the one that's most famous for James Randi being among its activists. And this was published, it was a paper by Francisco Varela, who claimed to have refuted the hypothesis of formative causation. And the experiment that he'd done involved programming a desktop computer to carry out a particular operation, measure the time it took to do it, and then repeat this operation millions of times, and then measuring the rate of it. And he found that the computer didn't do it any quicker. So he concluded that this refuted the hypothesis of formative causation, and he first wrote this paper in 1983 and sent it to me, and suggested we had a public discussion on this, which I agreed to. So we had 2 or 3 exchanges, and the idea was to publish the papers together. I argued in my first exchange that it didn't test the theory because the theory only applies to indeterminate quantum systems which contain enough indeterminacy for these probabilistic fields to get a grip on it, whereas computers are completely determinate in their functioning. There's nothing that the fields could do. Secondly, that computers are not self-organizing systems in the same sense that morphogenetic systems in cells, crystals, molecules, and atoms are. Rather, the program that's going on is not something that's created itself, but rather something which Varela had thought up and put inside the machine. There's nothing self-organizing about that. And therefore, this wasn't a test of the theory. Anyway, Varela didn't agree, and said that I couldn't maintain that living organisms were not machines like computers, because both organisms and machines were machines, and that there was no difference between computers and living organisms because they were all machines. So we got into this kind of argument, and I said I thought that was rubbish and that it wasn't like that at all, and so on. Anyway, what happened then was that a physicist, the late Professor Michael Ovenden of the University of British Columbia, who was one of the judges of the Tarrytown competition, read Varela's paper, which was entered for the competition, and all 4 judges rejected as being a valid test of the theory. He pointed out to me that it didn't test the theory because the way computers work is that every microsecond or so there's a pulse, and the instructions are carried out pulse-wise. So a program with 30 steps in would take 30 microseconds because each step is pulsed by this internal clock. Well, roughly speaking, that seems to be what's going on in the computer. Varela's program of 30 steps took 30 microseconds for his computer to do. It's a computer that has a microsecond clock. And after millions of repetitions, it still took 30 microseconds. Well, all this shows is that the clock that pulses the things in the computer was pulsing the instructions at exactly the rate that the computer has to pulse them at, namely 1 microsecond. And so it took 30 microseconds to run through these instructions. Even if the silicon chips had responded quicker to the pulses, then it wouldn't have shown up in this experiment because they would still have had to happen every microsecond. Anyway, this error in the basis of the experiment was pointed out to him. Anyway, he published the original paper, and I've now written a reply in the Skeptical Inquirer pointing out these issues. But when I sent this into the editor of the Skeptical Inquirer, he wrote back to me saying that my reply probably wouldn't come out till the winter number, since the letters section of the fall number was already full of letters from other people pointing out the same error. So that's the status of the refutation debate at the moment, and you'll be able to see these various things in the forthcoming next 2 issues of the Skeptical Inquirer, should you ever see it around. There are quite a number of projects being planned in the realms of chemistry and developmental biology and experimental psychology. Some funding has become available for morphic resonance research, which is why these projects are going on right now, owing to the generosity of 3 or 4 individuals, and then smaller subscriptions through the Fund for Morphic Resonance Research from individuals who have been good enough to try and help this process along. And this money really has helped it along because it has made it possible to hire people to do these experiments in labs, in universities. And there are quite a number of universities ready and willing to do them. And the only limiting factor at the moment is money to hire the people to do them. We're hiring students in the summer vacation to do these projects because that way we can get a 3 to 4 month project done for $1,500. Yes.
I don't know if I'm the only one in the audience who really doesn't grasp what the theory of morphogenetic resonance is, but I'd appreciate a couple of sentence description.
Yes, quite right. Well, I should have said that at the beginning. All right.
Both those. Thanks.
The theory, sorry about that, I was assuming that most people did know, and I should have realized that not everybody would, and maybe most don't.
Something intrigues me about it, but I don't grasp it.
Well, it's hard to grasp in its detailed forms, but that's what our dialogue was going to be about, and some of these things. But basically what it's saying is that the so-called laws of nature are like habits, that things happen the way they do because they've happened that way before. The way crystals crystallize depends on the way the same compound has crystallized in the past. The way rats learn a new trick depends on whether other rats have learned it before. If rats in another place have already learned it, then it'll be easier to learn somewhere else for subsequent rats by the process called morphic resonance. So there's a kind of collective memory in nature, in different species, in different kinds of things. And this collective memory is transferred from the past to the present by the process I call morphic resonance. And that means that in general, new things which happen repeatedly should happen more and more easily, or more and more quickly, or more and more probably as time goes on, because of the effect, the build-up of this morphic resonance. And this theory is controversial, as Terence pointed out, because it's not the way that scientists usually think about these things. And the issue that I've just been discussing is various experimental ways to test it, because this theory says when proteins fold up a new way and do it repeatedly, they should do it quicker. And when some people have learned something in one country, like on television in a hidden image, it should make it easier for others to spot it elsewhere. Or if fruit flies have developed in a new way, for example with extra veins in their wings, then the more that do it, the easier it should get for others to do it, other things being equal. And that's the point of all these experiments I've been describing. They're all designed to test this theory, to see whether there is in fact this kind of memory or habit in nature. There's one more aspect of the theory that I should mention, which is that it leads to a completely new interpretation of memory. And it says that our ordinary memories of what we've done, depend not on traces or physical material changes stored in the brain, like traces on a tape recorder or recordings in a hologram. It doesn't depend on a material storage system in the brain. Rather, memory depends on tuning in to our own past directly by morphic resonance. And the brain's more like a tuning system than a storage system. Damage to the brain can interfere with the tuning or the reception, and so you can get loss of memory through brain damage, but the memory isn't in the brain. And just as we tune into our own memories from our own past, so we also tune into the memories of large numbers of other people, and this is similar as a notion to what Jung called the collective unconscious. So that's a summary of what it's all about. And the experiments I've just been talking about were in response to Terence asking for an update on the experimental test situation. So that's more or less what's been going on so far in the way of experimental tests. And more are in the pipeline, and the limiting factor at the moment is funds, and some funds are becoming available. So that's where we are from that point of view.
Yes, I might say about all this, to my mind, the criticism of the theory has to this point been fairly inane and largely carried out by people who didn't really understand the theory. That doesn't mean that it is not open to criticism. The reason I have such an interest in it is because it solved a lot of what I felt were outstanding problems in my own model building efforts, but it certainly raises other questions. In the first paragraph of The Presence of the Past, Rupert condenses the theory into a slogan which could be shouted in a theater or a parade. It's that things are as they are because they were as they were. And that, in essence, is what this theory is saying. Well, now notice that this is as conservative a point of view as one could possibly imagine. The problem, if you believe things are as they are because they were as they were, then your problem is to account for anything new or novel ever happening. How, in a world where things are as they are because they were as they were, are you ever going to get creative advance? It seems to preclude it from the outset. Well, what drew me originally to Rupert, or what drew us together, was I had a theory that was entirely about accounting for novelty. And that was what it delivered on, was a model of how new things could come into being. Rupert's theory is a model of how structure is conserved and perpetuated through time. So my thought was you could bring these together, and if they were not mutually exclusive, then you would find out why there was persistence of form, why there was this overwhelming presence of the past, and yet why there could still be apparently free will and novel situations arise. And you really participate, when you participate in this idea, in an intellectual adventure upon which the curtain has only risen. No one can stride to a blackboard this afternoon, this evening, and write the equations of the morphogenetic field. We are a long, long way from that. This is basically at the level of parlor room discussion. But if the morphogenetic field is written, then if the equations are written, then it will flower into who knows what, in the same way that when the electromagnetic equations were finally written by Clerk Maxwell, suddenly radio, television, all of these things became a possibility. I think that accounting for form is the great unsolved problem that science has put off for about 500 years. Accounting for novelty is a somewhat newer problem that is not even addressed by science until you get to the theory of evolution in the 1850s, and then only addressed in the biological realm. The theory that I originally elaborated had novelty as the downsloping part of a fractal wave, and the upmoving part of that wave I called entropy or disconnectedness, or I can't even remember. And it was Rupert who said you should call it habit. And you should see then that the world is an ebb and flow of habit versus novelty, of temporal situations of varying durations in which the presence of the past is so overwhelming that that basically the past is replayed in that space-time domain. And yet there are other space-time domains where the way in which causality and formative causation come together creates novel connection. And these novel connections come into being with their own morphogenetic field, with their own ability to be a past present in a future yet to be realized. So, though I think that the attacks that have been mounted so far have been trivial, the real challenge for the morphogenetic field is to formalize itself, to aim toward mathematical expression, and to construct itself in such a way that the self-evidence of novelty is not sacrificed in the way that the Newtonian model had to sacrifice the self-evidence of primary experience, of felt experience. So you haven't, and I haven't talked about this much, but I would love to hear you talk about the conservation of novelty in a universe ruled by formative causation, and how you see that, and perhaps the way in which it plays into the psychedelic issue is that we can take the word habit very generally and realize that one of the curious things about ourselves as higher animals is our susceptibility to habituations. I define habituation as unexamined obsessive behavior. Seems reasonable. And we are, more than any other creature, we seem to fall into behavioral loops of television watching, snack consuming, fascist voting patterns, tasteless tonsorial tendencies, and so forth. What precisely, if you see, my notion, again, to try and unite the psychedelic thing with what Rupert is doing, my notion of a new model of the psychedelic experience is to call these things morphogenetic field amplifiers, and to say, this is why in the presence of a psychedelic experience one can hold an object in their hand and visualize its past states. This is how shamans determine who stole the hen, or where the sacred, or who's sleeping with who. Actually, the morphogenetic field, if sufficiently amplified to sufficient clarity, is nothing more or less than a record of the past history of whatever is being examined. So that suddenly, instead of being focused in a kind of atomized present with a receding past and an anticipated future, we lose our particulate nature as the individual, as meat object, and we enter into ourselves defined as a morphogenetic field, as a body of wave mechanically maintained information about past and future states of time. And you may be sure that these theories
Body. I've been talking like intermittently, actually. It hasn't just been the video. I hope you're all doing good. My food's getting close to done, which is pretty good. I was hoping to be done by 7 at this point. The body. Yeah, this is going pretty well. Right now I'm trying to let the sauce reduce because it's like pretty wet in there. Well, look at that. Pretty good looking stuff. And I'm gonna mix that with the noodles. Pretty excited for it. Hope you're all doing good. Thank you so much for being here. This is Gender Blending. My name is Paige.